Jim,
Jeff,
what's up, man?
hello. Do you remember me?
Yeah, what?
What? What the fuck?
The fuck are you talking about, man?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You're fucking scaring everybody. You're acting all crazy.
Waving your hands around, screaming and yelling, fucking scaring the shit out of people. Fuck you, man.
You don't understand, man. I fucking
don't
chill
know
the
me.
most. I'm on vacay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, are you ready, Mr. Krabs?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm ready, man. Are you? I'm walking around, man. I'm getting pumped up, man, to start talking. I was talking with a lady in Utah today. I almost started screaming, dude. I was talking with Shane this morning. I'm so angry, bro. I'm not fucking joking. Let me shut this sliding glass door so the neighbors don't hear me. Let me freaking... All right. Now.
Today I'm joined by Jeffrey McKellop. Jeff McKellop was a January 6th defendant who not only spent the last 4 years behind bars, he was never actually convicted, nor did he actually get to trial. He was held in pretrial status for essentially defending himself and others from excessive force by police on January 6th. I have him here today, and I'm hoping we're going to get into quite a lot of spectacular details that the average person's never heard, and I think even most January 6th defendants could not speak to. So first, I'd like to say thank you for being with me today, Jeff. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad you're finally out now that President Trump has released everyone. The first thing I'd like to ask is if you could get a little bit into your background. You're not your typical January 6th defendant. You're not your typical American in the sense that you have quite a long resume. Could you get into a little bit about who you were before January 6th?
Yes, I can. All right, my name is Jeff McKellop. I am a J6er. I am a retired veteran. I was in 3rd Group Special Forces. I was arrested March 14th when I turned myself in. Obviously, I was born a long time ago, 1965, and I'm not going to go into history too deep, but, made it through high school, beat my way through some college, and then decided to join the service. I was with 2nd Ranger Battalion, Fort Lewis, Washington, for a couple of years, got out of that, became a medic for a little while, infantry line medic, and then I joined Special Forces in 1995. And when I got to the teams, obviously, I was on the teams when 9/11 kicked off, which changed my life considerably. Now, I've done work by myself and with small groups because that's what ODAs do. We train and orchestrate, facilitate platoons of indigenous personnel, no matter what country we're in, to protect themselves, protecting their own country. We train and facilitate this, and then when 9/11 kicked off, we went into combat with the same people of the Afghanis and Iraqis. I did that for 10 straight years. I spent 6 years in a combat zone, and I mean it, combat zone. It's not like just hanging out. All IED, VBID, rocket fire, artillery, doesn't matter. I was there with my indigenous forces. When I got out of the military in 2010, I became an independent contractor for the state and agency. I worked in 2-man teams, no more than 4. I orchestrated, facilitated my own operations, planned and executed to the nth degree. I have been involved in, to say the least, a lot of things that I shouldn't have been involved in, and I'll tell you that much. So one day, I'll lead up to January 6th, is that one day a friend of mine of 20 plus years asked me to go to January 6th, and I didn't realize that there was any type of rally going on that day. And I told him, hey man, if we go to this rally, there's going to be counter protesters there. It is notorious that these guys are there. Antifa, BLM, radical Islamists, New Black Panther Party, and all the little sub-organizations that are out there. And so he talked me into going. Well, unbeknownst to me, that there were nefarious actors in and amongst and around us on January 5th. And do you want me to go into theatrics about what they were doing?
I always want you to go into theatrics, Jeff.
Okay, so when we got there at the Hilton on January 5th, that night we were in the bar having beers, and I had multiple people come up to me, young and old alike. Hey, man, you look like you're part of a group. You look like you're part of a group. And I'm like, no, I don't belong to anything. Leave me alone, or I'm going to punch you if you ask me that question again. So he was with, my buddy came out of Wyoming, and he was with the Wyoming chapter of the Oath Keepers. These guys started passing out T-shirts, Oath Keeper T-shirts, to anybody that would pay attention to them. And then they started gathering them up. They're like, all right, everybody put your T-shirt on. We're going to take some pictures. Woo, let's get some. Hey, Jeff, come on over here. I'm like, no, I'm good, man. I got to go get a beer. I'll be right back. So they took pictures of all these people with these Oath Keeper shirts on. Later on that night, a couple hours later, I had two burly-looking guys come up to me. They were clearly in shape and looked like they were on the teams in Special Forces or CAG or something, or SEAL Team 6. And they're like, hey, Jeff, man, I don't even know these guys. And they were like, Jeff, we got this van we want you to drive. Hey, man, it's a dark op. It's a pretty sexy gig. And they're using a lot of key words. And I'm like, hey, brother, two things. I don't know who you are, and you don't know me, but yet you want me to drive some Scooby-Doo mystery machine around and go park it somewhere in D.C.? Are you kidding me? When there's clear signs all over the place, you will not have a firearm on you within city limits, or you were subject to arrest. I did not have a gun. I did not have a knife with me that day. So these guys, we'll be back later if you want to, give us a shout out. Never saw him again. Later on that night, the Oath Keepers were passing out Kershaw hand knives, pocket knives to everybody. That was with the Oath Keepers. I did not take one. And the next day, January 6th, there was a lot of activity going on. And two things I will not stand for in any crowd, anywhere, any facility, is if somebody's burning the American flag or beating a woman. And I will not stand idle from that. So, long story short, there was a lot of things that were happening that day, a lot of damaging things. You could not take your eyes from it. People always ask me, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave? I'm like, well, you could. It was magnetic. You couldn't take your eyes from it. I've never been in a crowd of people that large in my life. There had to have been about 1,500,000 people there that day. But on the western side of the terrace, I was on the southwest side. There were a ton. I don't even know how many thousands of people were there. So backtrack. When we first got up there around 12:30-ish, there were only 4 Capitol Police there. No weapons, nothing. They had 2 bicycle racks that were just there, just barely holding on together. And they were arguing with the crowd. Now, this is where it goes into the training, okay? This is where it goes. Never forget your training. Never forget what you have been taught about personal security and watching people, becoming a people watcher and seeing things happen before they happen. And it did not dawn on me until a couple of days later or a week later about what I was witnessing, okay? And there were people, they were slapping the ground, they were jumping up and down, they were screaming and yelling, they were grabbing the bicycle racks, they were shaking things, screaming and yelling, but they weren't hurting anybody, they weren't touching anybody, they weren't destroying anything. They were making a lot of noise, and a lot of noise, and yeah, just a lot of noise. But they weren't breaking anything just yet. When the crowd started billowing, one of the Capitol Police yelled in his hand mic, he's like, "Here they come." And all 4 of them took off, left the bicycle racks, left their position, and took off. Never saw them again. So we're like, oh, okay, access granted. Here we go. So we all moved up there. But I was hanging out on the southwest terrace right next to the natural brick barrier that they had there. And there were like maybe 20 police officers up there. And it was a mix of Capitol Police and MPD. Now, when they were coming down the steps from the Capitol, they weren't running, they weren't shouting, no bullhorns, no LRAS, no nothing. And they just started coming down the steps, and they were bringing bicycle racks with them. And so they could connect them together. All right, so we just stood back there and watched, and people started throwing stuff. I was getting hit with water bottles, frozen water bottles. Rocks were landing. There were sticks, pipes. They ripped. The crowd had ripped a waist-high railing out of the cement that was used to corral or orchestrate civilians coming up there to take pictures. They ripped that completely out of the cement, broke it apart, and started using it. That's when I put all my equipment on. Now, as the police started to show up, and I'm going to mention police names and numbers here in a minute, when they started showing up, they did not waste time. They started throwing rubber stinger balls into the crowd. They started gassing them. They started spraying them uncontrollably with the Mark 46 high pressurized canister of mace that fits on the forearm. They had the foggers. They had all of the wind was going so strong that it was blowing from the crowd back onto the officers themselves. And so they were dealing with their own munitions. All right, now I'm not going to go into the names just yet and their actions until later on when the government, the DOJ, opened up all the 57 or 47,000 hours of body cam footage. There was so much crap going on and people getting beat all over the place. We were just standing back there watching this, man. And I put all my equipment on because I had my backpack with my helmet, my protective mask, and my goggles and stuff, because that's what Antifa does. And BLM, when they show up, they start throwing frozen water bottles, sticks, pipes, and rocks and bricks at anybody that was a Trump supporter or anybody with an American flag or a Christian flag. So I came prepared for this crap. So what I didn't notice at first was my buddy, he didn't move from the location where we first got up on the Western Terrace. He did not move the entire time. He stayed right there. All right. And there's a reason for that. I'll get into that too. So, I was watching people fight all around me, and I was up there chanting, yes, I had my flags, and I was up there, yeah, Trump, and everybody's screaming America and stuff, and you get into it, and it's pretty electrifying, and I'm running around, but I wasn't touching the railing, I wasn't touching any officers, I didn't do nothing until I saw Glenn Lambardini of the MPD and Lieutenant Patera spray a woman, an elderly woman in the face, an unarmed elderly woman, and everybody pulled away from this lady. You could see the crowd separate, and I was down in the crowd. I wasn't anywhere up near their bicycle racks just yet. And here comes Glenn Lambardini, who was almost twice her size. He smashes this lady with a shield. She goes flying. Everybody's freaking out. What are you doing? What are you doing? They prop her back up. They mace her again. Lambardini hits her one more time. People start, now they're getting agitated. They prop this lady up. Lambardini one more time, and the final time he hits her again. She goes flying. The crowd reacts along with me. I'm like, dude, this is unprecedented. I've never seen police officers do this stuff before. They were given carte blanche to beat the crap out of anybody. There was no LRAS, no warning, no move back, no bullhorns, no nothing, man. They showed up. They formed the skirmish line. And this is another key thing that came into play was when they brought the you never forget the training. Listen to what I'm saying. Never, ever forget your training. And when they came out with the bicycle racks, they pushed them from the top terrace to the edge of the top terrace of the top portion of the steps and then stopped. They had the upper hand right then and there. And all everybody did was move back. They could have pushed everybody off the entire Western Terrace, but somebody told them to stop. Next thing you know it, the beating started. Everybody was getting beat, man. People were trying to get back, but the crowd was pushing from behind. And this is another thing that the Antifa and BLM do, and these counter-Trump protesters, as they push people from behind forward to get them involved, to make it look like Trump supporters are involved. Now, going into it, I can go on for hours. when you look at the police lineup, okay, if you look at it in a military standpoint of view, you have the privates on the line, you have the corporals and the sergeants behind them, then you have the lieutenants and the captains orchestrating. You have to think of it as like a locomotive train. The conductor is the captain. The locomotive of the train is the team sergeant, and all the cars are the privates. So when the train came up, they stopped. Team sergeant said, "Hold the line," and that's exactly what they did, was hold the line. They did not move. They did not go back. They did not go forward, and they were left to fend for their own devices. Then you have the team sergeants in the back. There's Sergeant Riley, Cow, Tyndall, Cressman, Haros, Bagshaw, Augustine, Edwards, Riley, Lambardini, Patera, Hawkins, Harding, Williams, Smith, Smiley. These are just some of the names of the officers that were in charge. They were standing back deploying munitions, especially Sergeant Tao, and you're going to hear his name come up a ton in the future. This guy needs to be in prison immediately. Somebody told this guy, they gave him overhead cover to do. As soon as he came on the scene, he was grabbing stinger ball grenades. He was demanding that the sniper platforms start shooting people. I watched a major telling the sniper teams to start shooting people. I can't remember what that guy's name was. He was demanding it. It goes on and on with his antics all day long. He gets Corporal Tara Tyndall to shoot a man point blank with a 40 millimeter grenade launcher. He's like, "Get your stuff together, get it together. And he's like, "Get out of the way, make it, go. And he sends her forward. She blasts the dude straight in the chest with that thing, almost direct lay, point blank. I was like, "Oh my God, you will kill a dude with that thing." And that's a long range weapon system. And it just goes on with it. And we started watching this stuff when they opened it up. I'm like, oh my God, look at the captains, look at the lieutenants. They did not give command and control whatsoever. There was no protocol being followed. How do I know? Because I did things like this myself in the field of combat and countless times in training that they followed no protocol. They gave no command and control. They never gave anybody any orders for discretion to pull back, go forward. Hey man, why are you shooting these people with this? Why do you keep tasing these people? It just keeps going. And you watch Bagshaw and Augustine, they're two of the biggest committers. And then even on my body, my discovery that the DOJ gave me, they had no idea what they gave me. They gave me almost a terabyte of video information of things. And when you start watching video, you have to watch it in its entirety. Look for the imperfections. Don't so much watch the activity that's going on, but look at how everybody is reacting. Watch the zebras interact with the gazelles. You will see how they move in unison, and you will see when zebras and gazelles don't match with others, and they stand out the most. Once again, what they stand out the most in the video is Captain Bagshaw picks up a weapon on the ground. He gets it kicked back. There's a Smith & Wesson 9mm in the waistband holster that gets kicked from the crowd right into front of him. He picks it up so fast and puts it in his pocket. I'm like, what in the hell was that? And so you go back and you look at it. Remember what I'm saying. You watch the video, go back and look at it. There's two different things. Now, within the crowd, we're going to go back to the crowd again. You have instigators, agitators, and motivators within the crowd. You had Antifa and BLM in there. You have the instigators, agitators, and motivators that were working with BLM and Antifa, or all these other little nefarious factions like the Yellow Tape Crew, the Red Tape Crew, the Orange Hat Crew, and the Gaston Flag Crew. These were groups of people that got together that were facilitating other civilians to go deeper into the Capitol and create more violence. This is called guerrilla warfare, not guerrilla, guerrilla, Captain Ron. There's a difference. When they start dressing up like the enemy and committing violence in their name to make it look like it was the enemy doing the damage. How do I know these things? Because I did it myself. I dress like Afghanis. I dress like Iraqis. And I went in and created damage in their name. So, with that being said, you have people in the crowd that were armed, and they dropped a weapon on the ground with a spare magazine and 9mm Smith & Wesson in the waistband holster that says "We the People" on the Kydex holster on the ground in the same location with the spare magazine is never going to happen. Ever going to happen. I've done countless scenarios. Why? The gun falls out before the holster falls out. The holster is married to your body, is cemented, super glued to your body. The gun will fall out getting in the car, out of the car, in the wrestle. It will fall out, but the holster and the gun never come out together. They kicked it right back to Bagshaw. His fat ass picked it up along with the spare magazine and then gave it to his commanding officer up on the upper tier. No questions were asked. Nothing was filed. The gun disappeared right in there. There is protocol that needs to be followed. You have to seal off a crime scene. You find a gun on the ground loaded with 2 magazines. There is protocol that needs to be followed. There's pictures that need to be taken. You have to lay out the little yellow triangles and then start taking pictures of people standing next to the damn thing. Where's the owner of the weapon? Where is the owner of the weapon? That was a drop gun. They wanted him to pick it up. They wanted somebody to start shooting the police, so it gave them an excuse to fire on the crowd so they could call it an armed insurrection. That's just one. There was a...
Well, let me interject by saying the guy who that gun belonged to, he was identified and charged, but he was sentenced to probation.
No, there's a shocker. There is a shocker. You know what? I'll bet he's a police officer that dropped it on the ground. They're like, "Oh, you dropped your firearm. You shouldn't have done that. You know, you get probation." You know, you see what I'm saying? How does that make sense when they incarcerate us for 4 years for just standing on Capitol grounds? At a minimum, I was charged with 13 felonies. Each one of those felonies were the same. Parading, unauthorized parading with a flagpole, unauthorized parading with a flagpole and a deadly or dangerous weapon flagpole, unauthorized, you know, it just kept repeating itself, man, over and over and over again. And it just goes on with the atrocities, man. They're laughing. They're talking about how they're beating the crap out of people. And, you know, and I'm watching, and you watch the body cam footage of all these guys. You got Captain Augustine, who he and I met on the playfield because he had no idea what to do. He went downstairs in the basement where he was chillaxing because he sprayed himself with his own chemical because he was shooting it straight into the wind. Kind of like, you know, don't pee in the wind type thing.
All right.
He goes down underneath the basement, takes all of his gear off, and he's standing in front of the van with a couple of women. And, "Oh, yeah, man, you know, shit happens out there. Things are going down. You know, you gotta be a leader in this." This is on his body cam footage. I'm like, this guy's unbelievable. He pulls his act together, goes back outside. He's standing up there. He was told 3 times by subordinates, "Stop spraying mace, sir. You are contaminating everybody up here." And then he walks around, "Hey, everybody, we got to stop spraying mace. Has anybody seen Bagshaw? Anybody seen Bagshaw?" You know, and he's wandering around looking for his counterpart. So in the meantime, he grabs another Mark 46. There's a couple of short rounds of CS gas. Sergeant Edwards, he shoots a CS gas round short, and it lands like 20 feet in front of him. Instead of trying to pick it up with their gloved hands and throwing it out in the crowd, they let that thing fire up, and it gassed all of them behind that line. Augustine's up there. He comes out. I watched 37 officers on his body cam footage alone. They shoot, Tara Tyndall shoots another CS round into the crowd. They pick it up and throw it back. Augustine, he was the sole proprietor of the collapse of the West Terrace that day. He's got gloves on. He could have picked it up and threw it back out in the crowd or kicked it back out in the crowd, but nope. He kicked that thing all the way down the line of officers and finished off the Western Terrace. So he's over there puking his guts out, yelling for Bagshaw, trying to figure out where he's at. So you got Tal and Bagshaw up on the southwestern side of the terrace, up underneath the scaffolding in a heated argument. Tal's trying to provoke gun violence from Bagshaw. He's just yelling and screaming at him. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is a broken arrow. That's all lost. Jesus Christ, sir, you got to make a decision right now. So here comes Augustine. He comes up there. He doesn't know what to say or what to do, so he just stands there, and he's watching Tal. And then once the argument gets done, he's like, hey, man, what do you want to do? He asked the only man, the subordinate, the only man that was completely out of control, what he wants to do. And what the fuck you think he's going to say? Come on, man, let's go kill some people. So Tal's like, come on, let's go down here. And that's when Augustine meets me. He takes orders from Lieutenant Hawkins, a tranny that she's like, whatever it is. It's like, get that one right there. So she's target fixated on me because I'm standing there with my pro mask and helmet on because I'm taking like all kinds of. And Augustine comes up like point blank with that Mark 46, man. And I defend myself. You see my hands come up, and I just look for a stick to poke him in the face to get him away from me. Wham! I hit him. He runs off, starts crying. And then I stop what I'm doing, and he goes away, and I go away. But somewhere along the line, he had a bandage on his face. He got hurt somewhere before. He takes this bandage off his face before he meets me. This is on video, and he gives the napkin to Lieutenant Hawkins. That is on video. And now he's running around going, yeah, man, check it out. Shit happens, man. People are like, hey, sir, you're bleeding. He's like, yeah, you know how it is. You got to do what you got to do, man. He boasts about his injury 5 separate times, dude. He goes down into the bathroom, starts talking about it to people that just don't even care about him. He's like, yeah, man, this is going to leave a mark. Yeah, check it out. And everybody's like, wow, sir, that's okay. So this goes on. Later on that night, Augustine gets with somebody else that's running around taking names down. Oh, hey, Frank, what happened to you today? Well, my arm fell off, and I put it back on with my other arm. It's working pretty good. Oh, permanent body disfigurement. Oh, so now you've got PTSD and TBI, right? So they start doing this stuff. He gets with Bagshaw, and they formulate a plan, and Bagshaw's just standing there looking at him. He's like, you're going to file a lawsuit, aren't you? Oh, yeah. You should call your wife, tell her you're okay. I'm like, good Christ. So, but you have to watch this stuff. And then you got the nefarious actors. When I watched Ashley Babbitt get shot, I saw the video twice. Now, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh my God, no way. Wait a minute. Go back. What did I just see? Play it again. And that was on Zach Ulam's freaking Discovery.
The Antifa kid, Zach Alam.
Yeah. Very much Antifa. So I was watching that, dude. You saw the nefarious actors in the crowd. There's a tall, heavy-set dude. He's got a gassed-on flag, don't tread on me flag, tied to the front of his shirt, a stupid Trump hat on, and a face mask. He walks up. Now, you got to watch the actions. Always watch. He walks up, touches the window with his palm, turns around, grabs another dude, and shoves him forward so that guy could beat on the window. And then he steps away. There is a hand and arm signal or a call sign that comes out. There was a police officer right there on the door, and there were 3 other police officers just next to the stairwell, right on the side of Ashley Babbitt. Something happens. I can't figure it out, but a hand and arm signal or a call sign comes out. They all move together away from Ashley Babbitt. You see Michael Bird's hand come out. He smokes her, retracts, and runs away. Why would you run away when you have the upper hand? Why would you shoot an unarmed white woman, man? This racist pig. And Why would you take off? Because he was told to do that. That was the instigation of the law enforcement. And that leads me to believe that there was somebody in the control room controlling the actors on the playfield. After the shot rang out, who comes flying up the steps? ERT, emergency response teams, or some sort of command and control SWAT team come flying up the steps. They were right around the corner, dude. Now, whoever's you can't navigate the Capitol without command and control or without a map. There's just no way, man. So, and we're watching that one camera angle, and you know the one I'm talking about, that shows the dude, he zip ties these doors. Remember what I was saying about how zebras move with zebras, and you got to watch them for the oddities. You'll see the odd man out. You'll see the gazelle dressed up like a zebra, but he's not moving like a zebra. So you see people come up, watch the Capitol Police. They drop that bag on the ground. Do we have time to go into that one video?
We have as much time as we need. I believe you're talking about the memorial door exterior camera.
Yeah, I'm not going to give the camera number in case it gets deleted.
I think it's
yeah, I know what it is. Don't say it.
Okay.
So I'm watching this camera footage, and this led me to believe this. I almost crap myself, man. So I'm watching this thing. Things are happening. Mistakes are made. Problems are solved. People are coming up. They're writing on the walls. They're like taking pictures and selfies and doing stupid liberal crap. And all of a sudden, you see Capitol Police come up. There's 3 of them. One guy's got a fluorescent yellow kit bag, man, an equipment bag. Drops it on the ground. 2 sets of flex cuffs fall out. Double-sided flex cuffs. How do I know what they are? Because I've used them myself. They fall on the ground. I'm going to say that things are happening. They're posturing up. They're doing this. They're doing that. The guy I watched the video 100 times. He reaches down. I watch the eyes, watch the body movement. He grabs the kit bag, looks directly at the flex cuffs, picks the bag up, electronic swipes the door. Him and his cohorts, they all go in, door shut, flex cuffs are left on the ground. I'm like, no way. There is protocol that you follow. There are battle drills. Even in the military, you do not leave your equipment left behind for the enemy to find. Nobody, even in a riot. You never do that. And how can you miss that? They're a white on a gray freaking background. Anyway, people come up, stuff's happening, mistakes are made again. They're checking the doors, taking more selfies. In walks Blue Man. Nondescript. Mil-spec haircut, aviator sunglasses, type sunglasses. He's got a blue jacket on, 5'11" style pants, Merrill shoes, G-Shock or Suntoe watch, hands in pocket, not too fast, not too slow. Walks up, grabs the handcuffs, and tries the first set on the door, drops it on the ground, grabs the other set, zip ties the doors closed, simply puts his hands in his pockets and walks away. I was like, that dude is an operator. How do I know? Because I've done it myself. You don't do that. Now listen to me, zebras and gazelles. You watch somebody come up, and if there's something going on, you'll see people run up. They're like, oh, my God, flex cuffs, look at these things. These are cool. And what they'll do is they'll twist them back and forth, and we'll look at them, turn them upside down. They'll give it a quick look over, and they'll look around. They'll look left, they'll look right because they know it's not theirs, and they could get caught stealing it. Now, when somebody starts to formulate a plan about what they're going to do with their implement of destruction, you'll see them stutter step. They will step, stop. They will check out the item, look at the door handles. They're like, oh, shit, I can put these on the door. Oh, yeah, how does this go on here? How can I make it fit? And it'll take them. Not this guy. He knew exactly what he was going to do because he has been trained to do exactly what he did. He practiced that 1,000 times to get it done. Now, this goes on, and I'm gonna get into it. There's so much in this one camera angle; it's unbelievable, and it goes with all the nefarious actors. Things are done. All of a sudden, about 10 minutes later, you see the doors getting burst open. Somebody's inside with a fire extinguisher, and they're spraying the crap out of people. Doors go bursting open. Cops come flying out. People are pouring out. things are done. People are being pushed out. Cops are trying to get everybody out. There's smoke everywhere from the halon or whatever it is they're using. And it goes on, goes on, goes on. Things start. Here comes the orange bag or the fluorescent yellow bag again. It gets put like multitude of arms distances away. You never left your equipment or your weapon outside your arm's distance, or you're standing right next to it. Ever, ever, ever. They drop that stuff off on the other side of the door and go stand on the opposite side of the door, chilling the most while people are walking around. Jeez, man. You can't make this up. So things are done. Mistakes are made. Problems are solved again. Everything calms down. My man grabs the bag, goes back inside, doors close, everything dissipates. Keep watching. Because there's more. All of a sudden, there's more. There's a few more people coming around. Here come the two geekiest looking Trump idiots ever. Hats, face paint, scarves, shirts, jackets, boots, Trump this, Trump that, just stupid apparel. The chick, the white woman, has the kit bag. The black guy has a rollaway Pelican case, a big one. And they walk up, look around, drop the Pelican case, and they just leave it there and walk away. I'm like, you can't make this up. So I'm watching this camera. All of a sudden, people come up. How do I know it's the same ones? Because somebody walks up, goes in the bag, pulls out more flex cuffs. They pull out a clipboard. They pull out bullhorns. And what do they open up in the black Pelican case? Body armor, police body armor, police helmets, police batons, police bullhorns. How do I know it's police? Because it says police on the damn equipment. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. And then, out of nowhere, here come two MPD. One's got a bullhorn, the other's got a baton. They open up the black Pelican case, throw the equipment inside, close the case, leave it there, and walk away. And I'm sitting there going, man, oh man, what else can go wrong here with this? This screams setup. So I'm watching it. They come out and they grab those bags, and you got to watch the film in its entirety, and all of a sudden there's nobody around. Nothing's happening, and then the camera angle moves. Whoop, goes left, and then comes right back right. Right then and there, I almost crapped myself. And that told me right then and there that somebody is in the control room controlling the actors on the playfield. Who was in the control room? Oh, I remember. Police Chief of 30 Years' son and Capitol Police Chief Pittman, the man who just wrote the book, Courage Under Fire, the first man that came out as a whistleblower from the Capitol Police, talking about Muriel Bowser, talking about Nancy Pelosi. Why would he be the first whistleblower? Why would he write a book? Oh, I know. Because he saw the writing on the wall and doesn't want to get arrested, thinking that he's doing damage control on himself. That thing was a setup to the nth degree. I will testify in court. I only need 3 videos. I need Augustine, I need Bagshaw, and I need Tao. Those 3 videos alone right then and there will prove cover-up. They will prove that the higher echelon was involved. They will prove that the corporals and the privates on the line were left to defend to their own devices. They will show just a higher echelon cover. This thing is so big, man.
Well, I mean, we could go into more detail too. Like, I mean, you had mentioned a certain jackass taking off his bandage or whatever. You were accused, and you're being sued for, injuring an officer. But first off, you were attacked by that officer, correct?
Yes, that was Captain Augustine, David Augustine of the MPD. He was taking orders from subordinates, completely out of control. He had no idea what was going on. That's why I said I only need 3 videos. You watch his entire video. If that would have been my company commander in combat and he was doing what he was doing, I would have shot him in the knee and zip stripped him to a Humvee so he couldn't hurt anyone else. He was running around just acting without any due restraint whatsoever, man. He gave no command and control. He gave no orders to stay to any action. All he did was try to incite violence from the crowd. He took orders from Lieutenant Hawkins to get involved with me. You see my hands come up. I was protecting myself. He closed the distance with his high pressurized can of Mark 46 deadly or dangerous agent is what they keep referring to. And then once I defused the situation, he started claiming when him and Bagshaw were talking about filing a lawsuit, he got with his attorneys. He's claiming PTSD, TBI, strike fear, permanent body disfigurement, and he had to leave his job to get a desk job because he was afraid of retaliation from J6ers.
That's unbelievable.
Dude, it just cowardice, straight out cowardice, man, that was executed by these people. And I was like, how can all of these people be cowards in the field? How is that possible, man? I even saw other videos where cops or lieutenants and captains were talking with other foot soldiers, foot police on the ground. The guy's like, sir, we need National Guard. We need Army in here. Do you see the magnitude of the people that are out here? Nobody told us about this? Are you kidding? They're arguing about why they need the National Guard and how they were never told anything was going to happen. Unbelievable, dude. And I'm being sued for $1 million by this clown. $1 million. I can't buy anything. I have lost my house. I have lost all my money. I had to sign a statement that I was going to pay money back to get another car. I have $4,000 left of the Give Send Go money, and I need help, man. It's just like I need help getting the truth out, dude. I have nothing left. I'm about to lose my second home because my wife has to sell it for the survivability of our children. We were going through a divorce at the time. I have no retirement, no disability for the last 4 years. There's nothing that has been saved. Everything is gone. All is lost, man, because of this. It has affected everybody that had an attachment to me. It started an unyielding domino effect, man. And these guys, this is their MO, the MPD's MO. If you look into their past, it is going to show that they have filed lawsuits against people that have lashed out against them because they were inciting violence on that person. Yeah. Augustine, and I said it, man, on video, I'm like, Augustine single-handedly caused the fall of the West Terrace with his actions with that CS grenade.
Yeah.
And he had no idea what he was doing. He was running around taking orders from subordinates. He gave no block of instructions to anybody. And he was just doing whatever he thought was natural and didn't try to do anything, man. None of those officers, none of them gave any orders to do anything except hold the line. And that was it until 17:30 that evening when fucking some commanding officer said, all right, it's over. Get online. We're pushing them off. And everything ended by 1800. See what I'm saying? And that's why, man, somebody was fucking guiding these guys, allowing the action to take place. They wanted death. They wanted the violence. They wanted people incarcerated to make it look like fucking Trump started an insurrection, man.
Yeah.
When you do your background check with the MPD and Capitol Police, you are going to find nefarious actors, just like Harry Dunn, Michael Fanone, David Lazarus. Those guys testified in court, man, in Congress. And they're all crying, I was accused of being racial discriminating SBs. You know, and it's like, come to find out, these dudes weren't even anywhere they said they were at.
Right.
And Michael Fanone walks from the back of the tunnel, weaved his way through the crowd. It's on video. He walks right out into the hands of the crowd and gave himself up. Yeah, a few people beat on him, but if you watch the videos, there's about 4 or 5 people that protect him and then send him back through another tunnel. where Roseanne Boylan was beat down. And that goes with another trigger of memory here. And the officers involved with Roseanne Boylan's beating death were Morris, Powell, Hodges, 1225, and that douche canoe, Pinode. They beat that woman. You see her hands come up. She goes to the ground. Lila Morris just continues to kick and beat that woman until her lifeless body is dragged into the tunnel, where they treat her like a piece of meat. All on video.
Were there any other officers that you think were out of control? I mean, obviously, the most obvious example I could think of course, is Tao. Everybody gives the example of Tao. You had mentioned him before as well.
Right. I'm going to give you.
That dude was. Teens. I think he was on drugs or something. That dude was out of control.
Yeah, he was on. He was pure cocaine. The guy urinated on the Capitol grounds. He told a black woman MPD officer to pull her pistol out before she went into the Capitol. And I'm like, did he just tell her to draw her fucking weapon? Holy shit.
Right.
He tried to get Jason Crispin, he tried to drag him out to the parking lot to get him into an ambulance. He wanted Crispin to be the first officer taken away for medical treatment.
And Crispin was fine, wasn't he? Didn't Crispin say he was fine or something?
Yeah, he kept telling. He's like, "No, I'm good. I just got a little mace, man. I'm gonna recover." No, man, you're fucking injured. You gotta go. And he gets out to the parking lot, and the fucking lieutenant's like, "No, take his drag ass back. Get him out of here." Why in the fuck would one officer, not even dressed like anybody else, run around with a balaclava on and motherfucking ski goggles, calling for fucking snipers to shoot people, fucking shooting people point blank, fucking instant. I need crash. I need explosives. I need fucking demo. Fucking give me your scat. Give me scat. You know.
Yeah. Well, Dan and I think Dan or Padilla said that that Tao is probably a fucking actor in the first place, like a crisis actor. It's like
nobody tried to stop him. Not one fucking officer until Lieutenant Horos of the MPD around almost 3 fucking o'clock. You already know the how and the what. Listen to what I'm saying. You gotta know why right. People did the way. And it's ingredients of a cake. It's the ingredients, man. You need instigators, agitators, and motivators to make the riot. You only need 2 of the 3 to make it happen. Bro, they were involved with the MPD. You had specific officers with the MPD that were specific. I can't prove it, but their actions dictate that they were specifically chosen for violence of action, man. You're talking teams 54, 64, and 74 of the MPD. Tao, Tyndall, Crespin, Paros, Bagshaw, Augustine, Edwards, Riley, Smith, Williams, Smiley, Hawkins, Harding, the list goes on. Dan has a bunch more. The FBI came to my cell. I started putting all this information out to people, and the FBI came to me, man, and took all of my evidence. They shut me down on everything, dude. I have no legal paperwork whatsoever. When I got out of jail, I had absolutely nothing.
Obviously, like you spring forward, you see them body slam that old woman with the riot shield. They're spraying you defend yourself. At what point in that day do you decide, I'm getting the fuck out of here?
Dude, after Captain Augustine and I was like, man, this is out of control. These officers are completely out of control. That was at 2:30 and 14:30 in the afternoon. Like I said, there was no LRAS, no warning, no nothing. But when you're on the ground standing there, you can't see the big picture until you started watching the body cam footage. And like I said, you start watching the other gazelles move with the zebras, and you know something's wrong. And there's like, I went back to the wall, and I told my buddy Scott, who was still standing there, I'm like, dude, this is out of control. People are going to get shot. I'm surprised people weren't shot already. You know, it's like this is one step away an all-out gun battle.
Remembering you had said something would come up, and that was that your friend stood back, and there was a reason for it. What was that reason?
This leads me to believe that he got involved with the Oath Keepers out of the Wyoming chapter. I firmly believe this, man, because none of those guys got arrested. Not one of them, dude. And I think he got into trouble, and the police said, you need a fall guy. Give us something, and you're off the hook. He stood back, never went forward, never said another word about it. When we got back to the hotel that night, he's like, hey, bro, I got to go. It was good seeing you again. Good luck, man. We'll see you around sometime. And that was the end I saw of him. I called him when I got arrested. I'm like, hey, dude, you need to open up a Give, Send, Go for my children. You need to open it up right now. John Kianaga, my attorney, found out that he was going to use Scott as a witness in court for me, but Scott was an undercover witness for the FBI, and he was going to testify against me. How do I know that? Because he wrote a statement that I found 3 years later that said, oh, I'm really sorry to all the officers. I hope for a speedy recovery. Mr. McKellop should have never have done what he did. He damaged multiple officers. He did all kinds of damage to the Capitol. I mean, he was just accusing me of everything. I was like, holy garbage. He closed my Give, Send, Go out and gave all that money to Kianaga. And Kianaga never did a damn thing. He's like, I'm working pro bono. So Scott got into trouble. They used him to get me to go there, to talk me into it. Because he's like, dude, don't lay 20 years of friendship on the line, bro. I need you. You're my right-hand man. If there's any violence goes down, I can only trust you. Yeah, I need you, man. Don't diss me. You know, crap like that.
You know, so like the night before, obviously there was something very off about those guys trying to lure you into this black op. And you were clearly taken aback by then. So the next day, obviously, like you just said, you're in the thick of it. You're not necessarily seeing the big picture. But at some point, did you think this is a fucking setup, whether by the cops or people in the crowd? Like, did you get a sense that day that it was a psyop?
Dude, I was thinking, I'm like, there's no way that you've never seen Trump supporters do that in any crowd, ever. And like I said, I couldn't put my finger on it, man, until I started watching the videos. Yes, there were a lot of oddities, but it didn't dawn on me, man, until a little while later.
You know, the more, looking back on it, the more people I talked to, a lot of us, I think, were kind of being watched beforehand as patsies. I don't know what you think the inclination was for a lot, but I think a lot of people who went there were with people who were posing as friends who set them up, or they were being watched before January 6th. And I also think there were, as you said, there were instigators, agitators, motivators, but I also think there were crisis actors in the crowd.
Yes.
You look at the crowd, it seems like a lot of people have meth mouth. I mean, I'm not trying to be, disrespectful, but it's just like,
I know.
Well, I think that I would not be surprised if there were former junkies and chomos who were given a deal. I mean, we know some of them just from being in the jail, but I think there were people who, like you said, got into some trouble and they were turned out as assets to fill out the crowd. And I think the rest of us became,
look at it this way. Look at who we were in jail with, okay? They took a picture of the West Terrace. I had Ray Epps. He was like 20 feet in front of me. I had a Lego man who was about 30 feet to my left. Dan was about the same distance away. We were all together at one point in time, almost all of us. I should say almost all of us.
Yeah.
And they took a snapshot, and facial and retinal recognition was active that day big time. And I think what they did was they started going after people that were not informants, that weren't undercover agents. They grabbed anybody that was a true patriot.
Well, it's like when I watched the early crowd there,
and people are just chanting. This is like, I think before they shoot Josh Black in the face, before that, you hear people just kind of like chanting random shit. And it's funny, like they zoom in on, like, some of the videos zoom in on people's faces and shit, and like you see they got meth mouth. There's straight up just meth heads all throughout the crowd, and you could just tell, like, they don't even know what's happening. And I'm like, I think there's fucking just like junkies that they just hired to be in the crowd.
No, but it's the little things like that, and this whole Antifa, crisis actor, fag shit. These guys that were running around the crowd, and I firmly believe that there were about I think it was almost 50% patriots and 50% actors. You know, and once I saw my face on TV, I called the FBI. I got an attorney. I got a hold of the FBI, and they told me to stay home. I was at home for a month and a half, man, before they told me to come in and turn myself in. So what they did was they posted up on me, and I caught two of them. And they were watching me to see if I belonged to a group or an organization or whatever, so they could do their background check.
Well, so I guess let's get into that. You know, you go one day. I'm having this memory from watching the video. I mean, I remember I smuggled your video out of the jail so I could spread it around after I got out. And one of the clips that stands out is just you're just shouting power to the people and waving a flag. You got this goofy smile on your face. You were there to have a good time. And the day doesn't really end up that way, unfortunately. You say you go to leave with Scott. So if you could take us from there, from the point you're like, this is out of control. You head out. He kind of abandons you. What's it like from that day forward until the point where you get where you get arrested? Obviously you see your face, but
it did not take long at all for the FBI. There was somebody standing next to me taking pictures, and that goes back to it. There were people in the crowd that claimed to be the press or media or whatever. No, they weren't. They were there, just like in my video, the guy with the revolver in his pants and the cowboy hat. He's standing right in front of Ray Epps and Ryan Samsel. And when this dude exposes his revolver in his pants, I think it's Ryan. It was either Ryan or Epps. They turn around. They're like, yeah, look at this. Remember that? And the guy gets up, puts his sweater back down, and thanks the cameraman. I'm like, all those guys are in on it together. Those dudes know each other in one fashion or another. Why aren't they arrested? Why aren't they? So that's why I'm saying somebody was standing next to me taking pictures of me, going back to it. So when I got to work a week later, I got called into the office, man, and they're like, dude, is this you? Number 215 on America's Most Wanted. Yes, I was out there waving my flag, yelling power to the people, fight the power. We got to take the power back, stuff like that. But I wasn't hurting anybody. I was just out there chanting. How was that inciting violence? When you got Maxine Waters up there calling for Democrats and these liberal skinny jeans, stupid idiots to get in the Republicans' faces. I was about ready to start dropping F-bombs and start freaking creating violence like they're doing now, man. And Ilya Omar, Rashid Tlaib, Ocasio-Cortez, Maxine Waters, and you got, and then you got the radical Islamist, Louis Farrakhan, that has a newspaper that he pumps out in the jail facility called The Final Call. And they're all calling for violence on white people, man. And it just goes on and on and on with the Democrat Party. And it goes to show you that was a setup. My friend Scott got involved with it somehow. He got into trouble, and he needed a fall guy, or he was an undercover agent.
And he was never actually, there's no indication he even got a trespassing charge for being on the grounds.
Nothing. He got nothing.
And certainly they had to have known he was there, right?
They knew he was there. They knew he was with me. That's what it makes you, because if you look at informants, and if you've got an undercover agent that is provoking, like, from what I heard, there were 5 undercover agents with the Oath Keepers that day. That's just through the grapevine. I can't prove it. If that undercover agent is actually grabbing a knife and stabbing somebody, getting you to stab the dude, and then tries to charge you with it, that's called entrapment by estoppel. Now, if they are entrapping you, they are leading the horse to water, but they can't make him drink. It is up to the horse to drink the water. You see what I'm saying? So what that dude did is he brought me to a volatile situation, fully knowing that I cannot stand fascist organizations, communists, Antifa, or BLM. And he knew violence of action was going to be there. He stood back and allowed me to go to work.
No, I mean, from your history together, was he, before the Oath Keeper thing, was he involved in intelligence? Obviously, you were longtime friends. Was he involved in law enforcement or intelligence?
No, not that I know of, man. He did a lot of pistol and rifle shooting and worked with high-vis optics and stuff like that, but I've never known him to join an organization or anything. He and I used to be pretty damn tight. We were tight, bro.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't believe it at first, man. And then I started putting 2 and 2 together, and that's what made me believe that he got in trouble and somebody pressed him. And I firmly believe this, and I want to give him props, is that the FBI probably told him that I was going to get a month or 2 tops in jail, and then I would get out. You see what I'm saying? That I would probably lose my job and my clearance, but that I would get out. Unbeknownst to him, I was in jail for 4 years on pretrial confinement. Yeah. 7 attorneys.
So you think he got hoodwinked into hoodwinking you?
Yeah, I firmly believe that. So he's not stupid.
No, I think that that would not be an isolated thing. I think a lot of people were being followed that day, or they were being watched. I think that they knew the kind of people who would show up, and that would be the perfect patsies for narratives.
Yes, they knew, dude. They knew Trump supporters were going to be there. You had nefarious actors, dude, that were out there that came to commit violence. Look at the history, man. Look at what just happened with this Pakistan Gaza Strip with the freaking Palestinian douchebags. You know, look at the boogery savages. And all of a sudden, these guys are coming out with brand new khakis and hijabs and balaclavas and stuff. And look at the way they're dressed, dude. Just like I told you. Look at the zebras. Look at the gazelles. Look how they're dressed, man. These people are well-funded. They're well-organized. They all come out with tents, umbrellas, sectioned off barrels that are makeshift into riot shields, dude. These things are all prefabricated and then handed out somewhere, man. And they dress just like you and me and get into the violence. You think any of these skinny jean white kids care about the Palestinians? No, dude, those are crisis actors, bro. They get paid $500 a day to go out there and start shit. If you can't see, dude, you need to be spin kicked if you can't see that crap. Look at it, man. Look at that crap, man. All their stuff that has creases in it where it's been folded up and they just whipped it out right then and there. And the only thing you can see is their eyes, man. And they're using this COVID crap. These little skinny jeans, safe space, wearing panty little crying babies. Get out there. It's Gaza. It's the Palestinian peace in the Middle East. Whatever, man. And those dudes don't even go to school, man. These guys are so stupid, they don't even go to school. Look at them. They don't even go to Columbia University or Cambridge or any of these places, man. They just show up by the score. You think somebody that's paying that much money is going to get out there and protest and start breaking crap up, man? Is that your finger in my rectum? Dude. Is that too much?
It's never too much.
I am telling you, And you're smart, Tim. And I've always said this about you. You're a smart motherfucker, man. And people need to take the emotion, and you write this down. Here we go. You can put this on there. If you want to be smart, you have to take the emotion out of what you are looking at. Don't get caught up in the woman getting beat or the flag burning or any of that stuff. Step back and look at what you're watching, man, and watch how people move. Watch the hand signals. Watch the arm movement. Watch how they move in unison with somebody else. And we've seen it countless times. When you slow it down, watch this man whisper into that dude's ear. And if you play it in real-time motion, you will completely miss it. You see what I'm saying? You have to step back, and it takes a long time, dude, to do. And I've watched hundreds and hundreds of hours. Dan and I would go back and forth. Between ourselves. Hey, look at this. Look at that. Write this down. Write that down. Go back and look at this. And we were yelling through the cracks in the walls at what we had found. And that's why the FBI, they know what I know. That's why they sent me to Fort Worth, dude, to make it look like that I was mentally incapable of standing trial. And John Kiyonaga, my attorney, helped facilitate that because he didn't want to go to trial. He was trying to get me to sign a plea deal. I had so many crappy plea deals, 15 to 20 years, 10 to 15, 10 to 12, 8 to 10, 7 to 10, all of them with no less than 7 to 10, all of them with 3 years of a halfway house, 3 years probation, $200,000 to $250,000 of restitution to the Capitol, and then another $100,000 of restitution to police officers who were injured that day. And I'm like, you want me to sign on to that? Well, Jeff, this is a really good deal, and it's not going to get any better than this. This is good. If I was your father, I would tell you to take it. They sent these things to me. I'm like, you're a used car salesman selling me a burning bag of dog shit, motherfucker. I'm like, get the fuck out of my face, man. Oh, you're really going to kick me out? Yeah, bye. Bye-bye. I'm going to take me and my orange jumpsuit and go back to my cell with all the shitters and the shower pissers and the meat beaters and the drug addicts. Dude. Ugh.
You're giving me DC flashbacks.
Dude, I'm freaking. I got PTSD from all the crap that was. It didn't even matter if you were wearing flip-flops in the shower. There was fecal matter everywhere. You could smell it before you got into the showers. And dudes that were supposed to clean the showers wouldn't even clean them, man. I'm like, what's with all this mold on the wall, man? What's with all the fecal matter? Jesus.
Thomas Civic waffle stomping. Fucking...
Yeah. And that freak jumping around naked, grabbing his junk, pressing it up against the window like it was, what is that called? It looked like somebody smashed a couple of dried peaches up against the wall. Dude, it's not up against the window. Freaking me out, man.
I'm sorry. So, back to your arrest, all right? So I remember we were going through your discovery, and it wasn't an MPD, but it was a body camera, and you're in the office, you turn yourself in. I remember you you had this look like, is there anything else I could do for you? Like you're just looking like, can we get this done and over with?
Yeah.
Go from that point.
Dude, they pulled me in there, man, and I'm like, what else do you want to know? I'm like, well, can we have the passcode to your phone? I'm like, yeah, you're going to rip it anyway. You're going to break into my phone. You might as well get the passcode too. But I've got nothing on my phone. Like I've said before, I don't do social media, dude.
Yeah.
And I never posted anything, dude. And it's just like the shit that they were looking at me. And I'm just sitting there. I had no help from my attorneys. Nothing, man. It was embarrassing. And then they raided my home. When I was in jail, they waited until I was arrested, and they crashed my house when I wasn't there. I gave them the keys and the garage door opener, and then once people figured out that I wasn't there anymore, they moved in and then moved me out. And whatever they didn't take, nefarious people came in there and they took my shit, dude. And they fucking took my stuff. And then my wife freaking grabbed whatever she could and put it into storage.
And they just left your house wide open, right? Right to the elements.
Yeah. I called on another friend of mine to go. I'm like, hey, dude, you got to go check my house out, man, because I thought I was going to get out on bond, and I thought, I didn't know. I've never been arrested before. I've held a TS clearance for years, and I thought I was going to get out, dude. And nope, we'll have none of that in court. Mr. McKellop is the worst thing this country's ever seen because of his training. If we let him out, he's going to hurt more people. He's going to kill someone. We found a go bag in his truck. He was getting ready to flee. I was like, what? I'm like, I turned myself in. You told me to stay home. I'm like, say something. I told my attorneys. I'm like, say something, man. Oh, we'll get him. We'll get him next time, Jeff. We'll do it. Hey, you got $20,000 to keep us going. I'm working pro bono here.
Jesus Christ. I turned myself in. He's a flight risk.
Yeah, right? I'm like, dude, and I told him, I'm like, gee, if I was going to flee, I would have kissed my kids for the last time, drained the bank account. I would have been in Cochabamba picking coffee beans by nightfall, dude. I would have became a freaking a nomad instantly with a fake mustache, dude. Dude, you would have never found me, man. I would have been on a whaling ship or something in Japan, dude. Shit. Screw you, dude.
Selling drinks in Costa Rica.
Yeah, right? Dude, scumbags.
If you could,
garbage. These attorneys saw what's happening, man, and they knew if they represented us, man, they could get good. They could get notoriety and money. That's why they tried to stay with it. That's why they tried to get everybody to take a plea deal. I ran into a guy named Michael Lawler for about a month. I had him, and the first words out of his mouth were, "Jeff, are you willing to take a plea deal?" I'm like, Are you pounding me in the six, dude?
If you could take me through your pathway to DC. Obviously, January 6th happens. You split with Scott.
Oh my God!
How much time?
That was when the nightmare started.
Yeah. So from that point until DC, if you know the dates or how much time it was, which facilities? Yes. When did you get arrested, and what facilities? Right. What was your pathway to DC?
Right. So I lived in a small town called Fishersville in Virginia. I had an attorney called Seth Paris. I've never needed an attorney for anything in my life. I've always handled everything myself. I got this guy. He is a ambulance chasing scumbag, and he saw a money-making opportunity. All right? So I kicked out $5,000 off the top. That was supposed to take me to the bond hearing. All right. So he tells me to stay home, and until further notice. I was at home for a month and a half. He calls me the night prior. He's like, "Hey, I'm like, "Hey, man." And I told him, I'm like, "Look, I'm scared, man. What am I supposed to do? I've never been arrested before. What am I going to do?" And he's like, "Well, just get your finances in order." I'm like, "What the hell does that mean?" I'm like, "I've already got auto pay. What else am I supposed to do?" He's like, "Well, just pack a bag, get some underwear and some T-shirts and stuff like that." So I went out and bought underwear and T-shirts and had a small handbag. I thought I was going to be there overnight or for a couple of days the way he made it sound. Dude, I turned myself into FBI headquarters. He's like, "Yeah, man, we're going to get you out, dude. We're going to do this, that, and the other thing. We're going to do it with a wiffle ball bat." I had this girl I was going to take my car back to my house, and she turned out to be a whack job, too. Anyway, whatchamacallit, man. Dude, they stuck me after they processed me. They put me in a van. I went to the darkest hole they could fucking find. I went straight. I don't know where I was at. I've never been to D.C. before, except, well, actually, it's the second time. First time was J6. I went down in this roach-infested hellhole, bro, and I stayed there for 3 days in the same cell with some other dude, some dope-smoking weirdo with the roaches. Dude, the roaches were so bad. I had to keep begging for water, man. The roaches were everywhere, man. I got no sleep. Then I got pulled out on the third day when the attorney called. Hey, man, how's it going? And I'm like, well, when am I getting out of here? He's like, well, check it out, man. You're facing anywhere between 20 to 50 years. I was like, what? Who the hell did I kill? He's like, well, you know, we're going to need another $30,000, Jeff. I'm like, I don't have $30,000. He's like, well, Jeff, you know, we're going to need the $30,000 to go forward with this. I'm like, see you later, bro. Looks like I get 20 to 50 years. And that was the last thing I heard until I got, who was it? Court-appointed attorneys, Katrina Young and Catherine Henry. And then I got sent after day 3. I got sent to the gulag in CTA, C2 Alpha, where we were in solitary confinement. Dude, straight out POW incarceration. I went to, and I'm gonna, because you're recording this, I went to SEER school, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, SERE, SEER. And what it teaches you, how to survive POW training. It teaches you interrogation, counter-interrogation, escape and evade, how to resist interrogation, and whatever, man, and survival. So I was like, this is straight out of a school book, man. And when I got there, I had those morbidly obese, purple-haired bull dykes with that moon face staring at me like I was a piece of meat or the snake in the cage. And they would sit there and start tapping on the glass. And just keep going. And keep going. And just tapping on the glass. I'm like, can I help you? And they wouldn't say anything. And just keep tapping. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you? And they would keep going, and they would get you to lash out so they could write a disciplinary report against you that goes against you in the court of law. They wanted you to yell racial slurs. They wanted you to be the white supremacist that Joe Biden keeps talking about in modern day milling. I'm white, and I want to know what white rage is. And so they wanted you to be the neo-Nazi and the white supremacist, man, so that they could use it in a court of law against you. And that's when I realized, I'm like, these people are doing psychological techniques. Slot opens up. If your hand wasn't there to catch the food, that crap hit the floor. And just like in the movie Papillon with Steve McQueen, eat everything they give you. And what they gave us was garbage. There's no nutritional value whatsoever in that food, man. Had it not been for Munchell, he gave me a sausage. I split that sausage into 5 sections for 5 days, and I ate 1 section a day for survivability. Dude, the food sucked, and you got nothing. No fruit, no vegetables, no nothing. Everything was soy meat and soy flavored. It was garbage, man. Some sludge. And that went on for months, dude. I finally got a hold of some commissary because I didn't know what that was when I first got there. Oh my God, this just goes on. And the guards would put us in our cells, and you could look up on the upper tier where the guards come in, and they occupy. Other guards would come in and occupy adjacent cells that were open, and they would bring blankets in there and sleep for hours on end. Even the guard that was with us would just rack out for hours, and they're all claiming overtime status, things like that. They're just claiming. And that's when I realized the commissary, man, this goes deep. If you want me to get into the corruption of that jail facility.
Hell yes.
So we started getting items missing from our commissary. And Corporal Bushrod, the commissary queen, would come around with our stuff. Oh, here, just write it down on this. You'll get money back. You'd get money back. You're getting money back, but she would load up bags of commissary and give it to other guards right before she came in. I saw her do that 3 separate times, and I called them out on that. And I told Mrs. McCain about that. Mrs. McCain was our case officer. I'm like, hey, you're stealing commissary from the inmates and giving it to other guards, other correctional facility guards. No, we're not. We're not doing that. That's not right. Yeah, you are. So that went on. That's just with the commissary. Then you got the guards, and they're all, you could hear them when they would take us down to the holding facilities before we'd have to go to court or something. You can hear through the walls, man, all these guys talking about how to get over on overtime. You schedule yourself for overtime, but what you do is you put all the inmates back in their cell and leave them there, and then just prop your feet up and sleep for 4 or 5 hours, and by the time you're done snoozing, your shift is almost over with, and you let them out. And it just you could work for days doing that. It just goes on. You got the guards. You got Landerkin, Lancaster, Marr, Talley, Bruce, Saunders, Allen, Pittman, Munoz, Schumacher, Hauser, Armstrong, Alexander, Williams. You've got, what was that scumbag's name?
You have to be more specific.
Yeah, there's so many scumbags. They're all in on it together, man. They are all in on it together. And, dude, I'm telling you, man, they drive government vehicles like they're POVs, or privately owned vehicle, POV.
Yeah.
They use them as POVs, man, and it's supposed to be going to and from work and supplement their lifestyle with a government vehicle, but they abuse that. These people are morbidly obese. And Jesus, man. And then the medical goes into it. But back to the food. The food was horrible, man. And then we started getting congressmen and women in there. They would force press and intimidate us into mop scrubbing and painting the facility to make it look good before the freaking congressmen and women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bo Burr, Louis Gomar, Troy Nels, Anna Lupula Marie, or whatever her name is. Oh my God, man, the list goes on with the madness, man, that happened for 2 straight years I was there. And then to bring in accreditation teams in, and before they brought the accreditation team in, they came out and changed out the exhausted fire extinguishers, replaced them with brand new ones. And I called them out on it. I got 30 days in the hole for that. And then Munoz comes up to me with an agreement. And they would try to force press and intimidate me to sign and take documentation against my will. One day, they were either SIS or marshals, pulled me out of my cell, and there were 4 black women with body cameras on, standing there watching me, and they had a piece of paper and a pen out on a table. And I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, you have to sign this. I'm like, what is it? I don't know. I'm like, well, if you don't know what it is, why should I have to sign it? You have to sign it. Well, what is it? I don't know. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm like, well, number one, I got to read it first. I need my glasses. So I went and grabbed my glasses. I came back out. All 4 of them moved into the TV room. And she's like, you have to be over here. She had her cell phone out and was recording me. She's like, you is be over here. You go here. And I'm like, what's in there? You have to go sign. And I looked inside, and all 4 of those women were in the corners of the room, facing inward, standing there with the position of attention with their arms down by their sides, cameras rolling. I'm like, nope, This is a trap. Screw you. I'm not signing anything. I want to see my attorney. Guess where I went? Back to the hole. All of a sudden, I came down with 14 days of COVID lockdown. SIS tried to pull me out of my cell and say that I was disrespect to an officer. I'm like, who? They're like, Captain Saunders, short, fat, purple-haired bull dyke. And she's like, you be signing this. I'm like, I'm not signing anything. Where's my attorney? This is a hearing. So we went in this thing. I'm like, if we're having a hearing, where's my attorney? You don't need an attorney. You have to sign it. I'm not signing anything. What am I being charged with? What are the charges? There was a dude standing in the corner, one of the corporals. He had his mace can out, dude, in a big one. He was about to nuke me. I looked at him. I'm like, you're about to discharge that canister of mace in this small room. He's like, man, you is be mouthing off. You don't know who you're dealing with. I'm like, really? Okay, who am I dealing with? You don't know. Sign this. I'm like, I'm not signing anything. Guess where I went? Back to my cell for another 7 days of lockdown. This was in COVID lockdown for 14 days where you get 1 hour out to shower, kiosk, or make a phone call, but you can't do all three because you don't have enough time. I got in my cell for 7 straight days, dude. I bathed in the sink. This went on. I was down in the hole in South 1 for 30 days, dude, and I had one of those fat moon-faced, retard, pie-face-looking marshals come and stick his mug in my window. I was sitting there reading a book, and he's just standing there staring at me. And I was looking at him. I didn't say anything because I was just watching him. He's like, I'm like, can I help you? He's like, do you know why you're in here? I'm like, actually, no, I do not. He's like, oh, I'll go find out. 2 weeks later, he came back. You assaulted guards. I'm like, I want to see the video. I want to see the aerial cam footage. I want to talk to witnesses. I want to see the report. I want to talk to my attorney right now. Oh, okay, I'll be back. He never came back, ever. So that leads me to believe that the marshals were in on it as well.
You're sure it was a marshal? It wasn't just another guard?
Oh, it was marshals, all right, because it was a big, fat white guy and a fat black guy. And the black guy was with the FBI that came and handcuffed me to the railing when they came and took my stuff.
I see.
And I tried to get a hold of Kiyonaga. I'm like, hey, man, I need you to talk to these marshals about why I went to the hole. Oh, okay. And so I'm like, hey, sir, you need to talk to my attorney about why I went to the hole. Remember when you came and visited me and you said you were going to find out why I was there? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, of course you don't. So why don't you tell my attorney about it? I don't want to make a statement right now. And then they all left.
You know when this was approximately? I'm trying to, because I remember there was a time when you were quarantined for COVID, quote unquote. It was the same time, and I was also, because I had my first in-person appearance in court, and they put me in that stupid corner cell on the second tier, and I feel like we were the only 2 people out, or who were not allowed out of our cells.
During the summer. It was during the summer of the second portion of our year there, because I got moved late in the season to Fort Worth. So it was in the summer. No, it was in the spring. It was in the spring. It was April, May time frame.
Of 22 or 21?
22.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember in 21, I think around June, there was a point where I was quarantined and I wasn't allowed to come out for, however long. And you were in the same position. They put us both at the absolute ends of the top tier cells. I was in 48, yeah. And I guess you were in 25, I guess.
Yeah, I remember that. And it was hot, man, because they didn't have the AC on. And I was jumping around in my cell, man, with my shorts on.
You're fucking standing on the table with your fucking shorts up your ass. Ah!
Yeah, fucking got hot as fuck in those jail cells, man. Dude, that was the third time I was in COVID lockdown without ever having to take an exam. I never took a COVID exam. I never let them inject me with anything. And if you want to go into the health status of it, we'll talk about healthcare, man. My tooth, I still have a hole in my mouth right now because of that crap.
Yeah, how I mean, we can get into all of it. What were the amenities of the DC jail? Healthcare. You got into food a little. Healthcare. All the different things in there.
So the medical. When I went down to medical one time for a dental exam, the chick, she said, "You sit here." I'm like, "Okay, I'm sitting here." Mouth closed, open, and just a dog. You're just a dog to these people, and I didn't understand it until I read that newspaper, man. That a lot of those women and dudes that work there are radical Islamists. All of them. September 10th, 2021, the criterions, part 1 and 2. All white people needed to be treated like dogs, hogs, and beasts. And that's exactly what we were to them. She cleaned 4 of my teeth, told me to get out, or she was going to call the officer to take me to the hole. 4 teeth. I went in, I begged and pleaded because I had an abscess tooth. And when I went in there, they had catch basins from all the water that was coming through the ceiling. And the equipment is completely outdated. Completely outdated. And they, God, it just goes on, man. And I had oh my God, the lady was taking my blood pressure. She's like, "You must be a little high." I'm like, "Okay." And she's like, "Raise your arm." I'm like, "Raise my arm." So I raised my arm and took the blood pressure again. "Oh, that's much better." I'm like, "You do realize you just cheated the test, right? By lowering my blood pressure, lowering the flow of blood, therefore decreasing the blood pressure, right?" She's like, "Get out of here. I'm going to call the guard." You know, it's like, it goes on, dude. It goes on and on and on. So I had an abscess too. I took a paper clip and jammed it down into the gingival tissue of my teeth to expose the gum and the pus sac that was growing in it, man. Therefore, my tooth decayed, and I gave chunks of it, of my tooth, demanding outside medical from John Kianaga, my attorney. I gave him 3 chunks of my tooth. I'm like, "Dude, I need medical assistance. I need a broad spectrum antibiotic. Do you understand me?" "Oh, well, Jeff, other than that, how's it going? Have you heard from your family?" Fucking unbelievable, man. Fucking unbelievable. Fucking unbelievable, man.
Did you get your religious services?
Yeah, no religious services whatsoever. They freaking brought the minister around, the so-called chaplain one time, and he was passing out the newspaper, The Final Call by Louis Farrakhan, known racist, known anti-white, anti-Semite, anti-American, new Black Panther Party radical Islamist Louis Farrakhan. How do I know this? Because you have to do your history. He got arrested with the Panthers back in the late 70s when they were trying to acquire anti-aircraft missiles, man. Even the tablet, even the information tablet that they had. Anyway, that's when I started looking at the officers and why they wouldn't let us practice Christianity in there, dude. And they kept blaming it on COVID. Well, in fact, it was it's Islam, dude, and they didn't want us practicing our religion.
Yeah.
Tried to tell Kianaga that shit, man. He wouldn't believe me. I tried to tell my first attorneys, Miss Henry and Miss Young. They wouldn't do anything either. None of them. None of those people, dude. It was unbelievable.
You
The
talked.
shitstorm, the fecal matter, the man spray on the walls, and the showers and in the cells. It was like an insane asylum when we got there. There was crap dripping down all over the walls. I didn't want to touch nothing, man. The black mold, the food, people were getting sick. They didn't do anything about it. They kept trying to give me a COVID vaccination, and their whole mentality was, put the mask on. You as a bee guy, put mask on now, is bees. I'm like, what the hell did you just say? You know, it's like your words make no sense.
Piss, what was it? Piss, shit, jizz, snot, man spray.
Jizz and man spray.
Yeah, when we first got there, it was. I mean, you said it was a madhouse. Like in the cell, like I remember, like there were clumps of feces and hair clumps in the corners of the beds. The guards, everybody remembers this. I don't know if you remember this. The guards there admitted that they quote unquote cleaned the pod out for us 2 weeks before January 6th because they knew we were going to be there. So that's a fucking setup in itself. Fucking, you talked about the Sears School. They were literally holding us in an actual. You said it was like an insane asylum. It was a literal insane asylum. We were in CTF, Central Treatment Facility, not the CDF, the detention center.
I'm telling you, Tim, motherfuckers need to get fired or arrested for their actions.
Yeah, motherfuckers must pay.
Motherfuckers must pay. Son of a bitch must pay. Kurt Russell in Big Trouble in Little China.
It was funny. For the book, I was fucking typing out. I was trying to think of all the, I have a section in there called Madhouse, and I'm talking about how people would just, because we were in solitary, motherfuckers would just yell random crazy shit from their cell.
Shit.
Yeah, and I remember, was it Geesewine? He would always quote, Training Day, I think, was like, you ever had your shit pushed in?
Yeah, right.
I was just thinking, like, there's so much shit. I have a whole page of random shit. The fucking Oh Billy thing was that was from, the Cable Guy. But that also was quoting a different movie from, like the 70s. So it was fucking, people were.
I did not know that. I thought it was like, oh, Billy. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about, man?
Yeah, it's Jim Carrey. He's pressing his nipples against a glass window or whatever.
That's from Midnight Express.
That's exactly it. Yeah, he was quoting Midnight Express. So
we were unbelievable.
So we were quoting Alex Harkrider, who was quoting Jim Carrey, who was quoting Midnight Express.
That's funny.
So I mean, like, when you look at the tactics that were since you had gone through Sears School, like, if you could explain, like, what were the things that they would do to us to try to basically break us?
Dude, so when I mentioned about the tapping, there's things to it. It's like level 3 interrogation. How do I know? Because I have done it before. You psychologically intimidate people by keeping them in the dark. You lie to them. You set them up for failure. You do things to them to make them lash out, to make it look like you're violent, so that it gives them an excuse to put you into the solitary confinement or to beat you. You see what I'm saying? You take them places where there's no cameras. You take them places where nobody can dispute what is happening. And if it's like our attorneys, man, they wouldn't even look into it, dude. I'm like, and I kept trying to tell them, I'm like, they're using level 3 in tactics on us, man. And they tried to use the playbook against us. They tried to use their rule book. Well, it's the rules. You got to read the rule book. Well, give me a rule book, fool. You know? Where's my rule book? Oh, you need to go back to your cell. And you would end up in your cell for a couple of days. And the food, man, they keep you hungry, man. So it takes away from your mentality. So they do things to you to keep you from thinking about how to retaliate against them, how to get your attorneys. So you're always worried about, because a lot of guys, you know, you're like, dude, I'm in jail. I don't want to make it worse. I just want to get the hell out of here. But they knew that because they had overhead cover from Landerkin and Lancaster, the deputy chief or whatever the hell they call it, and the warden and stuff, that they could do whatever the hell they wanted, man. And so they would cover down on each other. And dude, and they had overhead cover by everybody, the entire Biden administration, man, and Muriel Bowser, to do the shit that they could do to us.
Yeah. Well, not for like, especially in the beginning, because they had the cover from the COVID. That's how they were able to keep us in the lockdowns in the first place.
They used it as a crutch, man, as a weapon against us. If you didn't wear your mask, you went back in your cell. You didn't get the COVID shot, you couldn't do certain priorities, man. If your people didn't have COVID vaccinations, they couldn't come to visit you. And that was another thing. I spent 2 years in the thing. No visitation for my children whatsoever because they wouldn't take the COVID shot or they didn't have the proper identification. They wouldn't even let some attorneys in. And there were stories about attorneys that wouldn't be able to be let in unless they had the COVID vaccination.
Yeah, they did that to my lawyer. The same, it was back in the summer of 21. Marjorie Taylor Greene was trying to get into the jail and she was turned away. And I remember it was the same day that my own lawyer tried to come in to see me. He was also turned away that same day. You know,
because they had overhead cover from Muriel Bowser, dude. It's like they've been getting away with that shit for so long that it is natural to them. It's not a matter of just keeping a dude incarcerated and taking him out of society for a prolonged period of time. What you have are man haters and woman haters, and you got these high school dropouts that get jobs there, and they're radicalists, man. You got the radical Islamists and the anti-Christians and whatever working in this facility, dude, that are straight out abusing and extorting money and goods and services from the inmates, man.
What do you think were... I mean, we went through a couple of the guards. You threw out some names, but we went into a lot of detail with the MPD and the Capitol Police and their behavior on January 6th. I'd like to go through a lot more of the names of the guards, because I don't think they should, walk away without being identified for what they actually did. What are some of the most egregious things you can think of that specific guards did?
What these guys did, you got the entire chain of command that were involved with them: Lancaster, Landerkin, Marr, Talley, Bruce, Saunders, Allen, Pittman, Schumacher, Munoz, Franklin, Armstrong, Alexander, Hauser, Bob, Abdullah and Hubbard were an exception. At least they were human beings to us. But these guys are extensions, but the rest of them are extensions of the other. And once they realized that they couldn't extort us for money, or we were going to bribe them to get booze or drugs or whatever, they turned against us. Number one, they put a crap ton of white guys together. And now you have a 98% black jail facility against white people. And just like when Captain Saunders tried to get her cousin, an inmate named Blinken, to stab me, this idiot came up to me one day when I was in the hole. I was in COVID lockdown, and Dan was there. And he's like, "Yo, man, I be stabbing mofos, man, man, with the weebies." And I'm like, "What are you talking about, fool?" And he's like, and he started going into this narrative about how I disrespected his cousin and that I shouldn't talk to her that way. I'm like, "Okay, what's your cousin's name?" He's like, "Saunders." I'm like, bam, Captain Saunders. That was the woman I got into the argument with about the mask. So she had me sent to COVID lockdown and then had her inmate Blinken get sent to COVID lockdown as well to get him to stab me. But unfortunately, when I was in COVID lockdown, I never left my cell. So that's just one incident. Other than that, they're all in on the grift. They're stealing commissary. They're stealing money from the government. They're extorting money from the government by way of overtime and services, goods and services that the government is paying for. It's a joke. It's a scam.
I remember there was one time, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, when handling mail or legal paperwork, you know, there's certain protocols that the guards are supposed to go through. Is it not true that they were literally stealing your papers, giving you photocopies, and then even your kids were like getting random phone calls and stuff because they took your personal information?
Yes. So I heard a couple of times from my children that they would get phone calls and they would ask who they were. And I asked my children about it, and they're like, yeah, I got a phone call. And the guy asked who I was, and I said my name, and then he hung up. I'm like, okay, that's not good. Can I prove that the facility had done anything like that? No. But the facility was delaying information. They would purposely delay our legal paperwork, and they would purposely delay our mail to us because we were getting mail and legal paperwork like a month or two down the road, you know. And that goes to show you with the VTCs, with this whole COVID, it's COVID, that they would take us to the VTCs, a video teleconference. I would get pulled out. I've been pulled out 3 times of my court case by the facility telling me that my time was up. I'm like, dude, I am still in this. I'm still in here, man. I'm still in court. It doesn't matter. You got to go. Let's go right now. I'm going to get another guard. I'm like, dude. Anyway, they would abuse it, man. They would give it to you. They would copy it. You wouldn't even get half of it. You would get 1 or 2 pages of it. I mean, the list was endless. And we tried to bring that up to the case officer and our attorneys, and they wouldn't do anything. Nobody would do anything. It just went on and on and on. I'm telling you, if you look at it, it's like a dog kennel for human beings, man. And look what dogs do when you put them in the kennel, man. They all start barking and shit like that.
Yeah.
And you got the dog kennel, the operator walking by, beating on the goddamn cages, making dogs act out. Oh, your dog was violent. We had to put it down, you know, shit like that. That's extreme, but we had to spray your dog with mace because he was violent. You're like, wait a minute, my dog's never violent, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. 'Cause I stab people.
Shit, man, I be stabbing people. I'm like, well, if you stab people, why are you in here for... He's like, well, I was the doctor told me I was I'm like, asymptomatic? Yeah, that's what it is, B. I'm like a young viral man like yourself. Asymptomatic? And now you're up here for COVID? Yeah, man, that's what I was be talking about, shit, with the isms. And I'm like, yeah, man, ism B, bro, ism B. You know?
Oh, you're a virile young man. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Cool, motherfucker. Shit. Dude, I swear to fucking God, that is so inner city. And even listening to the guards speak, bro, was so inner city slang. It was unbelievable, man. I'm like, what the fuck did that woman just say?
Could you go into the he be Trumpin' story?
Oh, he be Trump. He be white boy. You can hear it. you could hear it wasn't Bushrod. It was another commissary chick when I was in the hole. I hate this white motherfucker. Shit, he be Trump with his bees, man. And all of a sudden, I'm standing there in my cell in South 1, and all of a sudden she sticks her towel head in there, man. She's got her head wrap on because she's a Muslim. Her and her cohort, some other idiot, and they're just standing there staring at me, man. I'm like, can I help you? The door opens, or the slot opens up, and they are literally fist punching my commissary through that little hole, dude. Smashing, tearing open the fish bags and all that crap with the oil and stuff. And they're just cramming it in there. She takes the pen, throws it in the cell through the slot. I'm just standing there looking at them, man. She's like, you got to sign it. I'm like, you're going to wait around for me to inventory this? She's like, sign it. I'm like, here you go, scumbag. And then I threw the pen back out into the hallway where she had to go retrieve it. It's unbelievable, dude. The racial discrimination. Like I said, it was 98% African or African American that were working there. And when they got a group of white dudes, it was game on. And the way the Biden administration made it is that every white person that comes through there hates blacks. And you can do whatever you want to them. So...
When you got your commissary, did you get any Mookie's barbecue sauce, 82nd Street?
Gee, I'll smack lips on a rib. But you can hear them talking. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Especially Corporal Allen. She was one of the worst ones, man. We were down at Dental. I was with Megs. And I cracked the door and I could hear her yelling, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. She's like, you know how I feel about these white people, man. They be Trumpers, man. They hate us, man. They're white supremacists. They be crackers and white boys, man. Shit. You know how I feel. And that woman had a history of flying off the handle. She totally forgot that I was in the elevator with her. There was another guard in there, and she's like, I'll spit in that goddamn white shirt smell. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that motherfucker. I've been working here for 20 years. I know what I'm doing. Fuck him. And the guy's like, hey, you need to calm down, because she had forgotten that I was standing there, but he didn't. And I was just listening to what she was saying, man. Dude. Ignorance, man. They were ignorant, dude. Dude, I will talk about the marshals coming to fucking force and press me, intimidate me to sign and take documentation against my will. When the marshals came when I was in solitary confinement, the fucking staff, and I told that fat fucking bull dyke black bitch, Mar, I'm like, I am going to sue you. You and Hauser to the nth degree. You have just tried to intimidate, force, and press me into signing and taking documentation against my will. Those are level 3 interrogation fucking tactics, man.
I remember they were having the inmates paint the fucking cell or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And they took you out of there because you complained that it was slave labor or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember
because they fucking cheated. It was the accreditation team. That's why they only brought us to our cell block. They're like, oh, wow, this looks good. It doesn't smell like K2 in here.
Yeah.
All these white boys, you know.
He be not talking about what we do here. He be
that
trumping.
Fucking Muslim bitch, the commissary, not Bushrod. When I was in the solitary confinement, I heard that bitch yelling about me down the hallway. I hate this white motherfucker. He be white, man, motherfucker. And then she'd stick her fat face in my window, just staring at me, man, like, fucking start tapping on the glass and shit.
Fucking
Dude.
mean mugging me.
Yeah, they would tap. Even if you responded to them, they just keep tapping. That's psychological fucking abuse, bro.
It's fucking
To keep doing that, that's intimidation, man.
Yeah, it's Pavlovian conditioning.
Yeah, right? You got that fat fucking Marshall looking at me with this big round moon face. Fucking retard. Fucking pie-faced motherfucking mongoloid. Down syndrome looking motherfucker. Dude, he was the kid, yeah. He was the pie-faced kid in motherfucking grade school that used to piss his pants. He always smelled like urine. Yeah.
He be trumping.
He be Trump. You beat him. He be Trump. He be white boy. He be cracker honky.
I never see you do nothing, but you do it so well.
You isn't me with an isn't me.
That is the question.
Yeah, right. God damn, I'm fucking sweating. I'm getting a workout just fucking talking to you, man.
You don't even need no pre-workout, huh? Shit.
Fuck no, dude.
Your wreck is over. Go back to your cell.
Yep. Dog, back in the kennel. Dog. They come by and beat on your cage. Fucking making you move. Badgering you, poking you verbally. Fucking badgering. Getting the dog to bite back. And then they fucking label you as violent when you're trying to defend yourself.
Yep.
Telling you, man, level 3 interrogation tactics. How do I know? Because I did the same thing.
This is just like Sear School all over again, man.
I'm just going to name officers and you just go fucking crazy. Officer, Date.
McDade? Or Date?
Yeah, some heat. Date.
Oh, that guy. When he first showed up on the scene, that dude was wearing beat-down gloves. And this is an indicator of what they said and what they were doing. This goes online with the radical Islam and how they hated white people because it was 98% African or African-American that was working there. So when this dude showed up on the scene, he wasn't assessing anything. He shows up with these beat-down gloves on, and he's wore those things before, and he's got one of those biker chain bracelets that he wears to show that, you know, he goes to Dayton, Florida, or wherever they go for their Black Biker Week and, you know, gets it on and talks shit about white people. So he shows up on the scene. He's sitting there mean-mugging everybody and just hunched over the desk, man, you know, like in a power fucking stance, but he's slunched over the desk. And I was sitting there watching the dude, and he's got his little flashlight, and he starts flashing it at people. Hey, 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 hey. Remember what I was telling you about psychological and physical abuse? It doesn't have to be contact on contact. It could be from a distance. It could be subliminal. You know what I'm saying? What's the word I'm going for? Where they're doing something to you, but it's affecting you psychologically. It's breaking your mind train of what you're doing or what you're thinking about and adjusting your disposition by their actions. And that's psychological abuse. And he's sitting there in his power play position, man, flashing his flashlight. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Hey, 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 hey. You, oh, yeah? What are you talking about? And somebody's like, man, I don't have to wear my mask. I mean, there's nobody within 50 feet of me. And he stands up. He's like, oh, you got a problem? You got a problem? So, getting back to the original, who pumped him up to come into our cell block? Who unleashed him on us? Okay? That wasn't just random, because that was the only time he came in there. Or actually, that was the first time he came in there. And the next time we saw the dude, he was pushing the food cart, had his beat-down gloves at the ready so he could throw down. No, he came there to throw down, dude. He came there to beat ass. He came there to beat up on white people is what it was, dude. And they pumped him up. The chain of command, Landerkin, Lancaster, Marr, Talley, Bruce, and Saunders. They got together with that dude, and they sent him in there on us. So, you want give me another name.
Well,
but anyway,
you'd mentioned Landerkin. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So, but that guy's part of the crew. Armstrong, Alexander, Dave, Pinky.
Alexander, Armstrong. Armstrong was the one who always wore the shirts that were too small. He had the fake Jamaican accent.
Yep. And he was always there ready to jack a dude up. Who was it? It was Jake. Jake was instigating trouble when we were in line getting moved from one cell block to the next. And Armstrong punched him in the rib cage, and then Jake fell to the ground and like a soccer player grabbing his neck and his knee and flinging himself everywhere. So he's like, they're all rolling around, and he jumps back up, takes off jogging.
Fucking. How about Alexander?
Okay, so you had Alexander. He was in on it too with Armstrong and these guys. He didn't say a lot. I never God, how do I explain this? I never had a problem with that dude, but I watched what he was doing. He was always in agreement of anything that happened to us, man. And he was part of the ERT. When they would come flying in, and when they were wrestling with Mock and a couple other guys, when they would drag him out, when what's his face, what's his name, Miller,
Garrett.
Garrett Miller, man, wouldn't put his mask on. He's like, I rebuke thee.
Oh God, yeah.
He came in. Armstrong came in. Or Alexander came in with Franklin and a couple other people I remember because I was hanging out near my cell when Miller was flipping out, man. It's like,
yeah, they put his they dragged him out, I think, by his upper arms behind his back, cuffed. He was screaming like a banshee.
They were trying to get it. They were trying to get him to go to an attorney visit, but he wouldn't put his mask on. He's like, I'm in my cell. Close the door. I don't need to wear a mask inside my cell. Quarantine, right? And they're like, you ism B got to put the mask on, ism B's. And then they were using their ghetto slang, dude. Anyway, but they were in it together. Like these officers, the list goes on. Like when Bruce would come in, Lieutenant Bruce, and she would come in there, man, and take our laptops or our Discovery and then parade around the cell block holding it into the air. Like, she was some fifth grader who just took the kickball and no one's going to do a damn thing about it. And they did crap like that, man. That is interference with Discovery. That is interference with the due process. That is denying legal assistance and legal representation, man. And nobody did a damn thing about it, man. Landerkin and Lancaster were at the top of the pyramid of this abuse. And morbidly obese, purple-haired bull dykes, man. I'm not even going to go into skin color about this, but they were just straight man-hating. And when they had a bunch of Trumpers and a whole cell block full of white guys that were blue and white colored workers, they went to work on us, man, because I'd say about 90% of us that were there have never been arrested before. If we have, it may be like a DUI or something, but never served time. I never knew anything about the prison system. I was like, Jesus, is this how prison is? How can people keep coming back to this? This is horrible,
So you said Bruce, you said Landerkin and Lancaster in terms of, Bruce was a lieutenant. Landerkin and Lancaster were what? They were
the deputy director
and deputy warden.
The chief warden, deputy director. They were at the top of the food chain.
What about Talley and Marr?
So you got Major Talley and Major Marr. Those two. Now, Marr she got involved with trying to force press and intimidate me to sign and take documentation against my will. That was when the 4 black ladies came in there, pulled me out of my cell, tried to get me to sign the documentation. And I kept asking, I'm like, what is this? Oh, I don't know. Well, if you don't know what it is, then why do you want me to sign it? Well, you just have to sign it and be done with it. Well, I'm not going to. And it was a single piece of paper. Well, what I found out later on, because Lieutenant Munoz tried to get me to sign the same pieces of paper, but it was attached now to about 60 pieces of paper. And I started thumbing through that, and I was glancing at some of the verbiage that was on it. And what it did was it relieved that entire chain of command of any wrongdoing against me. And that I was happy with the way things are going, that I received all of my missing items back and shit like that. And I'm like, and so I went back to get my glasses. Well, I'm gonna go get my glasses, and I'll come back and then I'll sign it. Well, when I went back to my cell, grabbed my glasses, started coming back, all 4 of them had moved into the day room, into the TV room. And she's like, in here, in here, in here, in here. Just kept saying it over and over again. I'm like, is there something fucking wrong with you? What is wrong with you? And what it is that they are nervous. They are uneasy with what they are doing to you. So they talk louder and they keep saying the same things over and over and over again to trigger a response from you, to get you to lash out, to get you to try to defend yourself. You see what I'm saying? So that they could use that information against you in the court of law. So I'm like, what is wrong with you? She's like, you just had to come in here. I look inside. All 3 women are posted up in the corners with their body cams on, facing center. In the center of the room, piece of paper, same one, same pen. I'm like, oh no, I'm not going in there, man. This is a trap. So I go back to my cell and shut the door. She comes over. She's like, Miss McKellop, I need you to be signing this. Please come out. I'm like, nope. You're a liar and a con artist, and you're bullshit. I'm not signing anything. Give it to my attorney. And that's when I kept saying, I don't want it. Give it to my attorney. So she takes off. A half an hour later, while I'm still locked in my cell, here comes Major Marr. Big behemoth, purple-haired bull dyke. And she's like, you come over here. I'm like, what do you want? She's like, come outside. So we stand outside in the hallway over by the elevators, and I'm standing there now, and she doesn't say a word. She just stands there with her arms placid at her sides. Well, I mean, they were kind of flayed out like she had really big lat muscles, but she didn't have any muscle, man. It was just pure girth. And like she was about ready to fly away because she couldn't straighten her arms down by her sides. And I'm standing there, and I didn't say anything, and I was watching her, and she wasn't even looking at me, man. She was looking straight down the hallway, and I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turned over by the steps on the other side of the elevators. I walked over, and there was Hauser standing in that little corridor with the same piece of paper. I'm like, what the hell are you doing there? He's like, you got to sign this. And he's trying to touch me with the paper. I'm like, don't touch me with that. Give it to my attorney. I don't want it. I'm not signing anything. And she's like, you need to sign this paperwork, Mr. McKellop. And I'm like, I'm not signing anything. Give it to my attorney. And then I stopped, and it was like a bitch slap to my face. I'm like, you guys are using level 3 interrogation tactics against me. You are trying to force, press, and intimidate me and threaten me with locking me in there to get me to sign and take documentation against my will. I'm like, those are both hard sell and soft sell interrogation techniques. She's like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm like, I'm going to sue you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm like, and you too, Hauser. We're going to go to court, bro. She's like, you need to go back to your cell. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. Back to the cell. Like, you know, that's an everyday thing. Big threat. And so I get locked in my cell, and I hear Hauser tell the guard, one of the Ugandans, he's like, leave him in his cell for 2 days. I'm like, what? So I'm sitting in there, and here comes Hauser. He knocks on the cell door, gets my attention. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm just doing my job, man. You think you can sign this or just take it?" I'm like, "What are you, some sort of Roomba?" I'm like, "Don't you have a thought process of your own, dude? Do you realize what you're trying to do to me?" And he's like, "Well, I'm just going to push it underneath the door." And I reached down, grabbed it, stuck it in the toilet, whipped my junk out, started peeing on it while he was watching. I'm like, "See, you failed your mission, Hauser." I'm like, "It's going in the toilet. I am peeing on it right now, never to be seen again. Here goes the flush, Hauser. You have failed your mission. Flush." And he's like, "Man, I'm just doing my job." I'm like, "See you in court, bro." And then he walks away. Never saw him again. Never saw Major Marr again. Yeah.
You failed your mission.
Yeah, you failed your mission, bro, you Roomba. Freaking loser. God, they're all losers, and they're ignorant. And the reason why they're ignorant is that they have never come across anybody with intelligence before that questions what they are doing. The vast majority of the inmates that come through that place accept what is happening to them, bribe the guards, they get the K2, they get the weed, they get the whiskey, they get whatever they need as long as they have money, and that's a revolving door of finances in that place. And when we wouldn't give them what they were looking for, guess what? We got punished for it, dude, and they were going to make our lives miserable. Hauser, that dude, he's a patsy. He's not a very smart man. He does the bidding because he is like there's only like 4 white people that actually work there. And yeah, he's a patsy. That's why he always delivers the mail and the food.
Yeah, I remember he was it trying to think of any of the other guy. There was that other white guy, looked like Hank Hill or Peter Griffin from Family Guy. Was it Bob? Bob.
That guy was a drunk. He is a hardcore drunk. I think that dude had what they call wet brain, is where your body is inebriated 24/7 so much that it actually develops a shield of alcohol or around your cerebral cortex or your whole cerebral area, man. So all it takes is just a couple of hard drinks and you are jacked up all over again, man. So with that being said, you got Marr, Tally, Major Tally, she was one of them too, man. They all intertwine with each other, and they just come in there and they posture up like Scott Fairland. Captain Saunders came in there, that short little old beast thing. She looked like an Oompa Loompa. She was just standing there doing the tapping thing once again, just tapping on Scott's door. And I could hear Scott. He's up there. He's like, "Can I help you?" She didn't say a word, just kept tapping and tapping and tapping. And he's like, "What in the freaking hell do you want?" And then she just walked away, dude. Like when she tried to write me up for a DR, Captain Saunders tried to write me up. She's like, "You need to put your mask on." I'm like, "I'm not wearing that mask. There's no COVID. You guys are fools." And I walked away. 5 days later, all of a sudden I came down with COVID, never even taken a test. And I went to 2 weeks of lockdown and here comes Lieutenant Munoz. He shows me the DR that she wrote. And it said, and I quote, and I will never forget this, and I read it once and I'll never forget it again. "I told Mr. McKellop, put mask on. He say, 'Oh, fuck it, black girl, walk away.'" I'm like, "Seriously, Munoz? Do I speak like this? And this flies? Not one person in the chain of command has even questioned this DR. And the next day, they had me in some hearing, man. They fabricated hearing. They had two people from SIS or the marshals, and they had some other dude in the corner. He was just standing there, didn't say a word, and he's got the biggest bottle of freaking mace in his hand, ready to spray me. He's got it out, thumb on trigger, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, and looking at the mace. He's just standing there fucking mean mugging me. And I'm like, they're like, Mr. McKellop. And I look on the table and they're recording it. I'm like, well, number one, I don't agree with that. She's like, I don't care what you agree with. You need to listen. And the guy opens up this book. He's like, Mr. McKellop, you're in direct violation of Article 2, subsection 3, paragraph 4 of the Universal Code of the BOPs. How do you plead? I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? Well, Mr. McKellop, you're in direct violation of Article 2, subsection 4, paragraph 2 of whatever, outcropping B. And he starts naming off all this crap. I'm like, you know what, man? What am I being accused of? What are the charges? Well, it says here in section 2, subparagraph 3, that you're in direct violation of Article 15 of the Uniform Code of the BOPs. I'm like, and once again, what did I do? What in the hell are you talking about? This is stupid. And they're like, oh, you're non-compliant. You're aggressive. I'm like, how do you get that out of me asking you a question about what I'm being charged with? And dude, they didn't like that. And I saw the dude move to my right, and I look over, and he's got his can of mace out, dude. And I swear to God, he looked like he was going to spray me, man. He wasn't raising it up yet. I'm like, you're going to discharge that can inside this little room with all four of us, right? He's like, he just mean mugged me, man. He's just, and then his arm relaxed, like, you, that's what you are, you know, and they're freaking adolescent, man, to the nth degree. And so, and after a while, man, when they realized I wasn't going to sign anything or take the documentation, and I kept demanding for my attorney to be present, they're like, this is over. You're non-compliant. You're out of control. This is done. You're going to go back to your cell. And there I stayed in the cell for another 4 days. No shower, no phone, no nothing. And even my attorneys didn't even come and check on me, man. Oh, where have you been, Jeff? We haven't heard from you. I was worried. I'm like, really? That's because I've been in solitary confinement, bro, for the last 6 months. Where do you think I've been?
Were you on vacay?
Yeah. Were you chillaxing? You were chilling the most, weren't you, Jeff?
What about Alan? Officer Alan.
Oh, so you got Alan. She's the smart one, dude, of the group. This woman literally has Tourette's. Okay? Oh my God, the list of crap with that woman. She just kept going. There's a couple different Allens there, but she's a short, heavy set woman that reeks of stale alcohol. And I am not joking. I wrote grievances about her. I'm like, this woman smells of stale gin or vodka. I'm like, you guys need to breathalyze this woman before she comes to work. And she always douched herself down with this perfume, man. I mean, I don't mean to bash the woman, but I'm sure if she used a little bit, it would be complimenting to her form. But as it was, she would stand in front of the fan. If they were worried about COVID being airborne and spread around, that's how you would test it. Because it would just contaminate the entire cell block with her stench. Anyway, we were getting ready to go someplace, go to dental or whatever. She's like, you people never follow the rules. You people don't do this. You people don't do that. I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? She would just start talking, man.
What do you mean,
and,
people?
And she's like, whips out her can of mace. I'm like, get out of the way. I'm going back to my cell. I'm not going to listen to your mouth anymore. You're insulting. You're a racist, and you're making inaccurate accusations against us. She pulls her mace out, blocks it. You're not going anywhere. You're going back. You're going to dental. And that's when Lieutenant Bruce came up. Somehow, someway, she was right outside our cell block because she appeared within moments after that woman started yelling. So, with that being said, the other time with Alan, the woman is a rogue warrior. We were in an elevator, and I was going to a hearing, a status hearing, and she just, without warning, there was another officer in there with us, some guy, I couldn't remember his name. I didn't see his name tag. She's like, I'll spit in that white shirt's mouth. I don't F this, F that. I don't give a crap who it is. I've been here over 20 years. I'm doing this, and no one's telling me what to do. F this, F that. I'll kick him in the nuts. F you, F this. And the guy turns around, looks at me, looks at her. He's like, you really need to relax. I understand what you're saying, but you've got to relax. Because she was flipping out in front of a freaking inmate, man. Mm. So one day we're down at dental. Here goes Alan. She escorts us down there because that's the only job that she can handle is escorting people from one cell block to the next. As far as paperwork goes, she's just a marsupial, man, with one thumb, and she can't navigate anything. She is unbelievable, man. And we're all sitting there in dental, and I could hear her talking, and I cracked the door open. She's like, I know how I feel about these white people. You should feel the same way. I hate these people. I hate all white people. And she's just like freaking out, man. These motherfuckers this, motherfuckers that, MF this, MF that, just going off the handle. And I wrote another grievance about it, how that woman should be fired, you know, and it's like, and nothing ever gets acted upon. Nothing, man. Nothing, dude. Nothing ever gets acted upon. And these people are still there, still in charge, still doing the same thing. You know, and give me what other names do you need, man? You know, you got Marr, Tally, Bruce, Saunders, Allen, Pittman, man, that behemoth of a woman. Pittman had her mom working there, and that woman would come into the cell block, and they would all agitate. They would find somebody doing something, and they would walk up to them and just start agitating them to get them to lash out. Every single, what you do here? You need to put mask on. I told you, mask. Give me that. And take the guy's discovery, take his pencil or pen, you know, and say that he was trying to like assault her, you know, and everybody would get locked down because of it. Or, you know, they would lock the inmate back in for a couple of more days. And the list just kept going, bro. The list kept going. And they would pick and choose people. Pittman, the big one. She was a stalker. She was a sexual stalker, dude. She would wheel her chair around and try to get a look at the inmates while they were showering. She would stalk inmate Dempsey, to when he was working out all the time. And I was standing there one day in the cell because they wouldn't have the AC on. And it must have been like 100 degrees, man. And all of a sudden she's standing there in my doorway with that gigantic moon face looking just filling the entire window with her mug and just staring at me. She's like, what do you do there? I'm like, what do you mean what I do here? And she's like, what you do there? I'm like, well, it's hot as freaking hell in the cell. I'm waiting to get out so I could ventilate in there because it's like 90 degrees. And she didn't even say a word, just standing there, staring, and then go back to the desk and get on the phone and start chatting it up with her friends, man. Wouldn't do anything, wouldn't walk around, nothing, dude. Just being fat and just gross. Anyway.
Cheesy poo.
Cheesy poo. Just her claw-like hand the fingers of sausages would just enter that bag, dude. And it's like you play that grabby game, like the movie theaters and stuff, and you can win the doll. You got to get the hook around, and you put your quarter in, and you align the hooks, and they go down, and they grab, and they come out, and her mouth was the little dispenser area, and the prizes were the cheesy poofs, and the claw would come over the gaping maw and just release the cheesy poofs into the gaping fathom, just and to disappear and never be seen again.
Fucking Trigglypuff. Fucking.
God. I quit eating cheesy poofs after that, man. No more will I eat another cheesy poof.
You mentioned Munoz. He actually kind of spilled the beans to you at one point, did he not? About the retaliation?
Yeah, so Lieutenant Munoz was you had a couple of officers that were actually legit human beings. Lieutenant Munoz, Corporal Abdullah, and Corporal Hubbard. Even though Hubbard had some problems, some personality and differences with some of the other inmates, like John Mellis, because they triggered her anger, but they were actual human beings that tried to do something for us, and would allow us to do things that they weren't supposed to do. So Munoz, and he would just stand there and stare at me. He couldn't say or do anything, but you could tell by his body disposition that he was relaxed and he actually felt sorry for us. So I went to the hole for 30 days one time because of a accreditation check, an accreditation investigation that they had, and they rearranged our entire cell block so that they would pass the accreditation because we had the cleanest cell block in the entire complex. And I called them out on it, and the next thing I know, when I came back from the hole after 30 days, Munoz was sitting over at the table by the TV room, and he was writing on a napkin, and he sat there and was looking right at me. And when he got my attention, I was watching him. I didn't wave or anything like that. I was just standing there looking at him. He patted the napkin, got up and left the cell block, and I walked over, and he wrote on the napkin, "You are being retaliated against." And I gave that napkin to another friend of mine because my cell, they were taking our paperwork and our legal documents and stuff. And plus the FBI were all over me, man, about me leaking information about January 6th and about the undercover agents and the police officers that were in the crowd. So I think Lieutenant Munoz is a good man. I think he got hired on into a bad situation and does it. And everybody there knows the depth of the corruption that goes on, but nobody does anything about it because they're all in on the grip. Just like Bushrod, the commissary woman, as simple as her actions are, she is guilty of theft to the nth degree. She was handing out commissary food to other officers throughout the complex. They would steal the commissary out of our bags and then freaking give it to each other. And we spoke about this once before, and that's just part of it, man.
What you doing with all them? What you doing with all them honey buns?
What you got there? You got some jalapeno cheese spread and a bagel? Shit, man, I'll smack lips on that, man. With some Mookie's rib sauce from 82nd Street. Shit.
Who was the guard that would ask what people were doing with their honey buns that would like peer over their shoulders?
Was it Pinky or Dylan? Not Dylan. What was Pinky's other buddies? Was it Dylan? The dude that had Tourette's. He's like,
I think that was Dylan. He'd make the dolphin noises.
Yeah. He's like,
serve my time in a county jail.
And they were always talking about food. And every time there was food being dealt out, Pinky and Dylan were standing right there. And he's like, "Hey man, what you gonna be doing with all those buns?" And it's like, and they're so used to inmates giving them food for special privileges and favors, dude. And it's all a big bribery scheme. I'm telling you, man, the place is corrupt. And, unbelievable, man. It's just, so, and they are so used to doing it that it is natural to them.
What about Deal? Remember Deal? That guy.
Yeah. Let me see. Deal. He was going to join. I think he was talking about the National Guard one day. Young guy.
Yeah, young, in shape. He was nice at first, but then he I don't know if you remember when the Omicron came around, he fucking lied and said I refused a COVID test, and they kept me locked in my fucking cell for weeks without showers. And I'm like, I never refused a COVID test. You didn't offer it. And,
right.
And he was behind that. So I'm like, well, I guess you're not cool after all, huh, motherfucker?
Yeah, he was all right at first, and I was talking to him there for a while. And I'm like, hey, man, you want some advice about the military and stuff like that? Oh, yeah, tell me all about it. And just like you said, I think the chain of command stepped to him and said, hey, man, you better tighten up your shot group or you're going to get fired. Don't be talking to these inmates, because he changed his whole entire disposition, changed right then and there, man.
Well, you know, Guy told me once that the dude came up to him once and he started tapping on his battle rattle, like on his fucking vest, his armor, like as if basically trying to say, I have a mic on me, like he was recording us.
Yeah, they would do that. Oh man, that reminds me. It's the little things, and they would they would do that. They would tap on their just like you said, they would. I mean, it's coming back. They would do things like that, or they would point up to the sky, and they would point to the cameras. So you got to be careful. Let me see what else, man. God, man, there's so many. It's the little isms. It's the little things that add up to the corruption, to the abuse. And it's always little things because people dismiss it, man. But it's the accumulation, like I said, of the little things to the overall big objective, the big picture, man. It's, it's not that bad. Yes, it wasn't that bad right then and there. Do you understand? But it's continual. And I told Bright Linder and Shipley that. And I told Henry and Young. And I told Kiyonaga this stuff. It's the little things that add up. And so, but, what can I do if the information's no good unless you act upon it, man?
Yeah.
What else, man?
How about
what else you got? Dude, that place was brutal, dude. That place was seriously a POW compound, man.
It was
to
a
the
nut
nth
house.
degree.
It was a fucking insane asylum. They fucking
It
was an FBI field office mixed with an insane asylum. And then you got motherfuckers who come in, and then how about Sewanee?
So you got Sewanee, man. He was a tough cookie to read. You had to test the waters, and he was always ready to throw down or do something or whatever. But he was a Kenyan. Is he Kenyan?
He was
Nigerian.
He was
either Nigerian or Kenyan.
Yeah, he was African. That's for sure. He was definitely African.
He was African. He was an Africant.
Wow.
Yeah, but he had his inmates, man, that he would choose to mean mug or treat wrong or lock in their cells or shit like that, But like I said, man, they were all in on it, dude, except for just a very small handful, man. Even when you go down to medical, dude, if you want to talk about the medical, you get down there, bro. And did I tell you about that when I had to raise my hand to lower my blood pressure? I think we already spoke about all that.
Yeah, they were cheating the fucking.
Yeah, they were cheating the test, man. The optics. When I went in for the eye exam, she's like, "Well, you're gonna get glasses anywhere between 2 to 22 weeks." I'm like, 22 weeks? Are you serious? To get a pair of glasses? Well, you could buy them on the commissary. I'm like, well, I don't have any money. Oh, well, then you got to wait. It's like, get out. Next. It's like.
How early, obviously they were pushing the shot, to hold people hostage for visitations or religious services or pretty much anything. How early do you remember them starting that? Trying to bribe us?
That came up right off the bat, man. As soon as the visitation started with the attorneys, and the attorneys had to be triple vaxxed, duplicated with the vaccinations, and let me see. Yeah, and then they tried to give me the vaccination. I was having an asthma attack, more like a panic attack when I first got there, because they're like, well, you're facing anywhere between 20 to 50 years. I'm like, what? And I had a panic attack, man, and literally, and I lost my breath, and they were coming at me with a needle, man, and some syringe and a needle. I'm like, you're not injecting me with anything. You have to take the COVID. Get his mask on. He's got the vid, man. He's got vid. It's like, I'm like, you're not injecting me with anything. I never took anything, man. They're like, well, you have to take the COVID and vaccination if you want to go down to medical. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Looks like we don't go to medical, and that was Alan and Pittman, not Cheesy Proof, but her mom. When they were trying to drag us down there. So they were always trying to force the vaccination, the TB test and stuff. I'm like, you don't even know what the hell is in that syringe you're about to inject me with. Well, it's COVID mixed in with saline solution. I'm like, you're not injecting me with shit, man. Do you understand this?
Fucking you're a medical experiment, Jeff. That's why.
Yeah, dude.
You're an MK Ultra victim. Fucking.
Right?
I thought that before anyway, but no,
Dude, look at my uncle. My uncle, he's 78, 79 years old. He can't even, and he's in fairly good shape, man, for his age. He's lean, but he's taken the COVID vaccination like 4 times. That dude can't even walk a quarter mile now without stopping to relax his heart rate, because he's got myocarditis, man. He's got the inflammation of the pericardial sac that is filled with fluid from the COVID vaccination, man, and it's applying pressure to his heart and his lungs. He's going to crash out, man. And I'm like, dude, how many times have you taken the vaccination and you're still getting COVID? I'm like, dude, give it a rest. Anyway, but that was their tool, man. That's what they did. They utilized COVID as a weapon against us to abuse us psychologically and physically. They're all in on it, man. They all know about it, and they refuse to do anything. So I don't care. When one falls, they all fall.
All right. Okay, what do you got on Schumacher? Or Schumacher?
Schumacher is in league. Schumacher is in league with Munoz. Okay, and when they were taking me down, they came and grabbed me late one night. It was Schumacher, Franklin, and he had some other clown with him. I can't remember the dude's name, but they tried to take me down to Psyche Valve for suicide watch. And they came into my cell and they're like, we understand you want to hurt somebody or somebody else. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, we just understand you. I'm like, who told you this? I don't know. Well, if you don't know, then it's you. You came up with this information. What led you to me? What's the evidence? Well, we just need to take you down to medical and have to ask you some questions. I'm like, I'm not going to medical, dude. He's like, well, if you don't go to medical, then we're going to take you to suicide watch for 24-hour observation for a week. I'm like, okay, looks like we're going to medical. So we get down there, and some doctor, I guess, is down there. He's probably got a PhD in nose picking, and He's like, how you doing, Mr. McKellop? I understand you want to hurt yourself or somebody else. I'm like, why do you guys keep saying the same thing over and over again? Where's your information that says that I want to hurt somebody or somebody else or hurt myself? He's like, well, do you? I'm like, do you even know anything about what triggers suicide? He's like, well, do you? I'm like, yeah, fear, loathing, loss of a loved one, extreme grief, loss of a pet, anything, loss of a job. It could be anything. And I'm like, what led you to me? Where's the evidence that you have against me? Explain. well, okay, you could go back to your cell now. You're okay. I'm like, wow, shocker, you know? And then I went back to my cell. But they did that to me twice. And I tried to tell Kiyonaga about that. And then the next thing I know, Kiyonaga shows up for a visit. He's like, dude, I understand you want to kill yourself. I'm like, did you even listen to the recording, man? Or are you just cherry picking some of the information about Suicide Watch? He's like, well, do you want to hurt yourself? I'm like, are you serious? Are you freaking... God. Yeah, is that your fist in my butt right now? You know, it's like... God damn, dude. They're all in on it, man. And it's just no holds barred, man. They all know what each other does. And they don't do anything about it, man. Why? Because they're all in on the grift, dude. And you stand in court, they know it. You're like, no. Yeah, okay, so if you saw him steal something in the store and you didn't do anything about it, that makes you an accomplice. Because they've been doing it to inmates for so long that it has become natural to them.
What can you say about Sergeant Robinson?
Okay, so Robinson was a nice guy. He didn't start any trouble. But like I said before, they're all in on the grift, man. I never had a problem with him because he was previous military. And so he thought like, you know, he had like some sort of connection between he and I or whatever, but I don't care, dude. He's gonna burn too, man, when I testify him in court, against him in court. What was it? Yeah, Robinson was all right, but he would just show up once in a while to mitigate things, but he was always ready to discharge his mace or beat a dude down or something, man. But he was there, man. I don't care. Robinson was in on it too. They're all in on it. I mean, I never saw him do anything bad because he was always calm and collective about what he was doing. But he
was like
I
middle.
don't know, man.
He was like middle
there.
management. Like he was like a fucking he wasn't honest. He was just there. He wasn't necessarily there to start shit. He was mainly there to fucking run cover for the higher ups. He was a team player, basically.
Right. Yeah, right. I'll go with that.
This sounds good. Shit.
Smacking lips on this rib. There was a woman that came in the middle of the night and she took the officer's place so he could go get dinner or lunch or whatever. And she came by. Who was it? Smith? Willis? Something like that. And she would like start rattling the door, banging on the door. Boom, 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 boom. And all of a sudden you heard people, they're like, what the hell are you doing? Oh, I just have to make sure that the door is secure. But she was going from one door to the next, doing that until everybody was awake. And everybody started beating on the doors, dude. And then the officer, I was watching, man, and she was just sitting there at the door, at the desk, and everybody was beating on the doors. And one of the Nigerians or something came back in. He's like, what in the hell did you do? And you could hear him, man, and see him. And she's like, I don't know. They just started doing this. I was checking to see if the door was closed, and they just started banging on the doors for no reason. He's like, get out of here. Don't come back. You know?
Some of the African guys on the overnight shift were actually cool. They didn't give a fuck. They just wanted to fucking chill.
Yeah, they wanted just to sit there and sleep, which was totally cool because we weren't trouble starters, man. We did not start trouble, okay? We didn't do anything wrong. We would just sit there. But they would come in and start poking and prodding. It's like a dog kennel where you got the kennel master. He's coming by with his baton and just starts beating on the cage and then poking the dog until the dog lashes out to protect himself. And then they say, see, this dog has a problem. All I did was walk by and the thing started flipping out, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, and that's the way it was, man. It's just, dude, it was abusive. It was abusive, complete psychological and physical abuse. And nobody did a thing about, well, you're out now. Everything is okay. Ooh, it's all better. It's unbelievable, dude. I tried to pass a message off to fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Louis Gohmert. They wouldn't even take my message. I'm like, here, shake my hand. He's like, why? I'm like, I have a note for you. And he's like, what? I'm like, I have a note I want to give you. And I use words like torture, mental imprisonment, fucking physical and psychological abuse. And then I had the list of names and body cam numbers and shit like that I was going to give him. But they wouldn't take the information, bro. None of them. I'm
Yes.
like, what a fucking failure.
Get into the thing with Troy Nels, because I was there when MTG came in, and she actually seemed genuinely concerned. But after I left, Troy Nels had come into the jail, and what was his what was the situation with that? How did that go?
Oh, just right off the bat, man. He's like, hey, everybody, how's it going? And he had his little squad of fags that he was there with. But he's like, just to clear the air, I used to be a corrections officer. I was a lifeguard for a little while, and then I was a corrections officer before I got into politics. And I just want you guys to know that these people have a really hard job. And, they have to take care of inmates. They have to make sure that things are going great. And you know what, man? I really feel for these guys here, and they've got a really tough job. And if you've got violent charges against you, if you've got assault charges, you'd better find Christ, because you are going to be in jail for a very long time. And after he said that, bro, I was like, dead fucked. This guy just took the side of the jail facility. I got up and walked away. I didn't even listen to anything else he had to say. There were quite a few of us that got up and walked away and just went right back to our cells. And people were going, boo! And as he was walking out, I came back out because people started booing. And I'm like, yeah, boo! Get the fuck out of here, you scumbag! Boo! And, dude, and he wrote that book, the picture of it. I didn't even read the book. It was probably called Fag Under Fire or something like that. And it shows him with his pistol out, getting ready to shoot some dude's face through the broken window at the Capitol. I'm like, this guy's a joke, man. They're all a joke. Just like freaking police chief son wrote that book, Courage Under Fire. Should be Cowardice Under Fire. They're all cowards, man. Anyway, but yeah, Troy Nels left, and everybody was just like, whoa, no way. And after that, the abuse continued. Because now they knew they had governmental cover-up completely for everything they did to us, dude. They had top cover. Yeah. And I tried to tell my attorney about that. Oh, well, other than that, how's it going, Jeff? How's things going? Just like when they chased Brian Mock around the cell block with mace, and they ended up macing everybody. That never got reported. Nobody was held accountable, but they were just slinging chemical agent all over the place.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mock. Fucking idiot.
Right. And that almost killed Dan. Yeah. Dan was laid out in his bed. He was laid out on the floor, coughing and gagging, because he was having an allergic reaction to the chemical spray, man. People react differently. That stuff doesn't affect some people, but then on the other spectrum, it cripples people. And that's exactly what it did to Dan. It crippled him. And then you had Bruce come in with the paramedics or the local medical team, and they opened up his door, and I was watching them. They're just saying, what is UMB problem is bees? It's like, I'm like, hey, lady, you just got done spraying him in a close quarters environment with no ventilation, with chemical spray. And she started yelling at me, you're not a doctor, you shut up. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not a doctor, And so it's a fifth grade mentality. They're illiterate. They're not stupid. They're illiterate.
on the topic of Mock fucking everyone over again, Mock obviously turned out to be a snitch and he got what he deserved for it. But besides just the guards too, were there fucking provocateurs planted in there? Were there rats in there? Do you think that there were people who tried to blend in and take advantage of our camaraderie?
Yeah, I think they embedded some people with us, man, that tried to be undercover agents, and when they realized that we weren't who we were, they pulled them out. How is it that you're a patriot, And they say things because they don't realize what they say, but it adds up to a bigger picture. Yeah, I'm just here for the food. Things like that. And you hear that, I'm like, this guy is not a J6er. He is not a patriot. He didn't lose anything. He's a loser. That's an implant to lessen his sentence. And I was going to beat John Nellis's ass one night because he was talking shit. But Jordan Minks intervened.
I wish he didn't.
But yeah, so I'll let it go.
You remember that time? You remember that time we were by the microwave and you turned around because Mellis was talking about how he was going to write a hit piece on you for not talking shit about me. And you turned around, you looked right up at his cell and he was staring out. And you were like, listen here, motherfucker. If your name ends up in my shit, you can rest assured.
Dude, I am telling you, there was a group of people in there, all those critters, like Ron Sandlin, Nate DeGraves, John Mellis, and there's a few others, man. I can't remember their names right offhand, but these critters would all get together and start making their little PowerPoint slideshows with music and stuff where they were getting their information off the computers down in legal visitation, because their attorneys would allow them to download this stuff onto their thumb drives. So they started using other people's names in their cases and stuff. And I didn't want to be affiliated with it because these guys have been in and out of jail so many times that they know they're getting out. It's just a matter of waiting it out. Unlike some of us, these dudes had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Whatever they got out of it, that was a win for them. And those guys, and Mellis is just a meth head. You could watch him stuttering. You could see his jerky movements. All of it, man. And his whole nervous system has been rewired because of the chemical imbalance that he has been ingesting into his system for so long. And then you had, who was it? I'm not gonna deface a lot of dudes' credibility, man. But their girlfriends were out there in the cemetery, exposing their crotch and pull their shirts up and expose their breasts to everybody in the cell block. What? And I'll talk about that offline. But that goes to show you the character of the people that were in that cell block with us, man. There was only a small handful of people that were actually patriots for America. The rest were just grifting or just losers, or they found themselves in a bad situation, man. And they're like, okay, what you're going to do is you're going to go in there and you're going to be a J6er and find out whatever information you possibly can. How in the fuck did you end up at January 6th? You're not even a fucking patriot. You're a loser. You know what I'm saying? That's what fucking got me. Fuck these dudes, man. Fucking unbelievable. Why would you end up at January 6th? How could you end up there? What made you go thinking that your voice will be heard that day, or that you're such a patriot now? I think these people got paid to be there, dude. I think those were some of the crisis actors, man, and they just got rolled up. So just in case that they're like, oh, we got crisis actors, we found them, here they are, everybody's being arrested, everybody's doing it.
Fucking, I just remembered something. You remember when remember when Tom Civic came up to you and he fucking he dragged his finger down your arm And he's like, I just want to be your friend, Jeff.
Oh, dude, man, I'm like, don't ever touch me again, you know. I'll kill you. I will legit. You'll become number 12. You know, it's like, I will end you, man. And I'm like, fucking freak. You know, it's like, dude, I am telling you, dude, there's some people, man, I'm a J6. That's how come Tom Civic got out, man. Because that dude was probably Antifa or BLM. And the government knew it, and they let him out.
Well, he was having a conversation in the TV room one day, and he was overheard saying, "Oh, maybe Antifa has the right idea." He's definitely fucking Antifa.
He wrote a statement against Trump and all kinds of shit, dude.
He was a snitch, and he bragged about it. He didn't hide it. He was dumber than the rest of them. They at least tried to hide it for a while.
Yeah. Fucking Civic. Fucking fag.
Oh, he talks mad shit to me on fucking X, and I just fucking keep calling him a rapist and fucking snitch. Just fucking, they're all out here, Jeff. All those fucking scumbags, they're all out here trying to be fucking superheroes. Fucking that snitch Brian Mock. He's trying to fucking pretend that he's the face of prison reform. I'm like, didn't you write a 40-page motion snitching on someone and then brag about it before you got your ass beat?
Put fucking Pete Schwartz name in there.
Yep. Fucking cockroach. These people suck.
He's like, Pete Schwartz was a leader of fucking chemical spray.
He sprayed the whole West Terrace with so much mace. The cop I shoved wasn't actually shoved. He just tripped on spray. That's all. I was trying to help him. Boom.
Fucking Officer Mock. Fucking Agent Orange.
Unbelievable, man.
I had a talk with Mock once. Piece of shit. Fucking Brian Mock. I was at his cell trying to get him to sign a non-animosity agreement so fucking Schwartz could come back from the hole, because he refused to sign a non-animosity because he got his ass beat. So he was being a big fat pussy, and he was just blowing smoke up my ass. Well, yeah, I got to think about it. Brian Mock's a bitch, but so I fucking leave. I'm like, all right, this is going nowhere. He's just whatever. As soon as I leave, Fitzsimons runs into his fucking cell to get intel on what we were talking about. I'm just like, these dudes are fucking rats.
Right?
Fucking nobody fucking gets it though.
Kyle
Fitzsimons.
like, well, Fitzsimmons, he was a cartoonist. He did this and he did that. No, man, the dude, he just walked around, stood by people's doors, and listened to what they were fucking saying.
Yep, and Fat Simons wasn't the only one who did it. Remember Troy Smocks? They both would keep fucking papers in their pockets and fucking write down what people would say.
That's why I'm saying, man, there were fucking hidden entities of these fucking people that were there they had another interest, man. They got fucking involved with the government, or they got picked up, or fucking whatever the case may be, you know? They didn't give a fuck about the government. They just found themselves in a fucking riot where they wanted to be a part of some. I think they're crisis actors, dude. I really do. And they just found themselves in a situation where they could make a lot of money, man.
Like, at least a third of the motherfuckers in there.
They had a fucking other agenda, dude. That's why they were there at J6 for a different fucking reason, man. They do not give a fuck. Look like Jake Lane. He's already been a member of the fucking BOP before for fucking drug running and shit. You know? And now all of a sudden he's a fucking patriot? Fuck you, man.
You're talking about him having that BOP number?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking Old BOP number before J6. How does that happen?
They found another BOP number on him. Because he doesn't have the 50, what was ours?
509.
Or something.
It's like
509?
yeah.
God, I've forgotten all about that shit. But he's got another fucking number, bro.
Yeah, it's like 054. It's the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
I confronted him about it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he has me blocked on Twitter because he's a bitch. But I confronted him about it once, and he unblocked me just so he could respond, and then he blocked me again. And he said, "Oh, I just have that number because after I was arrested for J6, I was held in a prison, a BOP facility in Southern." Like, well, no, hold on. Even the Whitmer kidnapping guys had 509 numbers, and that was before J6. So you have an old BOP number, and then Enrique Tarrio. He has a number from like the Southern District of Florida because that's when he got, back when he got arrested or in trouble before the Proud Boys thing for like drugs or whatever when he was younger. That shit follows you for your whole fucking life. You don't get a new BOP number. And even Troy Smocks, he has a fucking one from like 2014 because he's a career criminal. So
yeah, that motherfucker dude was a chameleon. Dude, he tried to show me pictures of him in the military and shit like that. He's good, dude. And he tried to fucking claim he was ex-special forces. I'm like, don't talk to me anymore, man. Whatever you do.
Yeah, I was
don't
in your...
touch me.
No, Jeff, I was in your unit, Jeff. I say, okay, dude.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, he's like, yeah, I was in ODA 397. I'm like, that would make you in my unit, motherfucker. And we only had 3 black guys, and you weren't one of them.
It's a small club, and you ain't in it, motherfucker. Dude, it's like you said half this and half Patriots. I think it was at least a third. I'll say that. Like even in the jail, I think it was like a third. I think it was a third normal people, a third wishy-washy people I wasn't sure about, and then a third who were just straight up fucking rats, Antifa, and just...
They took a picture of all of us on the West Terrace, and they went after everybody that was not a fucking grifter or Antifa, BLM, or came in with the crisis actors or some shit. I firmly believe that, dude, because almost everybody in that jail cell, we were all standing so close proximity to each other.
Yeah.
And didn't even know it.
Yeah, I think
fucking unbelievable, man.
Well, and they also had that geo-fencing, geo-tracking shit, the facial recognition shit. They knew who everybody fucking was. No way they couldn't have.
I fucking want out. I want to go to a different planet. I want ass, man. I want to see people fucking get their face punched. I need a beer. I need to kick someone's ass, like, right fucking now. I heard Nate Graves' sorry ass is fucking surfacing, trying to do some interviews and make money.
DeGrave tried to get on, what he tried? He tried to get on War Room or whatever, act like he's a fucking patriot instead of a dick-sucking rat.
Right?
Fucking...
A homosexual prostitute in fucking Las Vegas. Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. The shit that I saw and the fucking what the people do is a true judge of character, man. And when they fucking realized how much money they can make, they became grifters. And I'm telling you, dude, I didn't want it, man. That shit will come when we get out. And now we're out. And now I want ass, man. I want to see people fall, dude. I want to make motherfuckers pay for their crimes against society, dude. And the crimes of what they did to us. Yeah. Tim, and it fucking, I drive down the road screaming, fucking beating on the wheel. I want to beat ass, dude. I'm going to spin kick a motherfucker. Dude, I do not care, bro.
No, I don't want it.
Punk ass bitch. Bitch ass punk.
Fucking bitch ass bitch. Punk ass punk.
Bitch ass bitch. You don't want to be a bitch ass. Because when you're a bitch-ass bitch, that's when it's really bad.
Dude, you remember he was trying to get people to join militias and shit inside the jail?
Yeah, I brought that up. Oh, that's funny. You should say that. I brought that up the other day. I'm like, this motherfucker tried to recruit me as a general. I'm like, what the fuck am I, Moses or something? Am I leading the Hebrews? You know, it's like, do I speak Hebrew, motherfucker? You know, it's like, fucking Jake, man. I'm telling you, man, you got dudes that are very articulate, but they're chameleons. They will become you, and they will grift upon you. They will fucking tell you what you want to hear, and they will get you to fall into the fold of their bullshit, man. And you won't even see it coming because they're masters at the grift. And I'm telling you, man, well, our fucking cell block was full of them, dude.
God
no,
damn.
man, but those news work. Just like Jake Lane was trying to get people to join his online
militia.
His online militia. I'm like, wait a minute, man. You're trying to get me to, you got 1,500 people online and you've got a formidable militia. Yeah, man, I just need a general to lead my army. I'm like, what is this, man? Freaking, are you trying to tell me that? I'm like, no, man, no. Don't talk to me about any of that crap anymore.
Yeah, he already ended up in some dude's paperwork, some guy named Christopher Finney. They got his information right after J6. He was forming a militia, and this dude's information was in Lang's phone. Shocker, they found him. You know, already, and then he was doing it in the jail, and then he's doing that fucking fake, he had a militia online after that, napalm, and he was running a militia from inside prison. How the fuck does that happen? Is that allowed? I don't think so.
Why isn't the FBI fucking on top of this guy? Why isn't the CIA on top of this guy? Why haven't they made it public that this dude is wrong? He's a fucking communist. He's a Marxist. You know, he's a Marxist. He's fucking forming a group to overthrow the fucking government. And he's trying to see how many people. It's just like, those are all bots, man. Every single one of them. They're all bots. He's got 5 legitimate people in his group, and they're all FBI agents. You're doing some busy ass work, man. Good for you. Good for you. I'll fucking speak on almost any platform, dude. But there's a lot of fucking grifters out there, man. And I'm sick of hearing about Jake Lang's fucking name coming up all the time. I want to punch that dude. You know, it's like, that's what fucking got me. Fuck these dudes, man. Fucking unbelievable. And the thing about it is, all these motherfucking attorneys are now grifting with Jake Lang. Did you see that fucking shit he had, that Emilio.com?
Emilio.com?
Yeah, he made it some sort of group that is going after the government for $100 billion.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Because like he had like some $50 billion lawsuit, and then the website was changed, and then it was $50 million. And
yeah. Just a second, let me check my calendar.
dude, I have the videos of us in the from the laptop. I have the videos of us in the jail doing the fucking Super Trooper shit, looking enhance.
Dude, that's so dangerous, man, to be able to turn the camera and stuff on. You guys got skills, man. Skills. That's just like Brandon Fellows, man. I saw him in that little video when he was at CPAC with the fucking ice jacket on.
Yeah, that fucking snitch tried to fucking... He tried to fucking have me sent to the hole right before my fucking trial. You remember when Nichols went to the hole because fucking Fellows was saying that he was scared for his life and shit?
Yeah.
After I left too, he was fucking... We have the same judge, McFadden. So after I got out of prison, he was still writing motions to the judge calling me a Nazi. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is your problem, you scumbag? I hate that cocksucker. Fucking poop boy.
Yeah, punk ass bitch, motherfucker.
Fucking flush your toilet, you fucking sick fuck.
Oh, that just triggered a memory. That dude was a nasty, nasty human being.
Yeah, he was. He didn't flush his toilet. He didn't shower. He was gross.
That's a no me gusta. That's Spanish for I don't like it.
I don't like it. Fucking poop boy. Yo, when he first got there, he would tell us that he was married and he had to leave his wife because she kept leaving poop hidden in the house and shit. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that sounds ridiculous. And then he doesn't flush his toilet and he's leaving poop everywhere. I'm like, okay, it was you the whole time. You're a poop boy.
That's what I was about to say. No, wait. That's fucking like schizophrenia, man. He's a fucking sleazeball leech. Fuck.
How soon being in DC were you able to get outside? Like, when did they, what was the situation?
It was a little over a year when I saw the light of day and to breathe fresh air. You could see through the windows that there were people out there in the courtyard, but they wouldn't take us out because of COVID. And they're like, you is not go outside, COVID is bees. And I'm like, well, what are these people doing? You can't go outside. That's because we were on 6 months, man, of 6 to 8 months of isolation, man, where they wouldn't do it, man. They wouldn't let us go out. And then we got to go to the gym once a week. And then they started on Thursdays. And then they figured out that everybody was using the exercise room instead of the gymnasium. Guys were going in there working out. They shut that down, turned it into a storage facility, told us that we have to wear a mask now when we're playing basketball or jogging in the gym or trying to get some sort of physical fitness going.
Yo,
and they kept shutting that down, and they kept delaying it, so you couldn't go outside. Or when you started going outside, they realized that everybody wanted to go outside, and then they started postponing it. Oh, well, somebody sprayed something on the grass. There's bug killer out there. You're gonna die if you go out. And then Deal, who was it, Deal or Dylan? One of those fools comes up. He's like, yeah, you guys can't go out. It's too hot. You're gonna get heat exhaustion. I'm like, yeah, this is unbelievable, man. You
mentioned the exercise room. Half that equipment was broken, but you remember it was in early 2022. It was right before my trial. Brandon Fellows was trying to get me sent to the fucking hole, and he was like stalking me. And we went to that quote unquote gym, and we were trying to have a private conversation in the exercise room there. So we shut the door behind us, and Fellows was doing he was pretending to run laps around the fucking basketball court, but he was running in a triangle instead of a circle. And he kept running back to the door to look through that fucking window at us, like he could hear through the fucking glass somehow. He's like, do you remember that? And I was like, yo, Jeff, this dude is fucking spying on us. And you were like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man.
Right? Dude, the insanity, man. It's just, and Brandon, man, the guy never cleaned his room. He freaking, oh my God, dude, is it Asperger's? Asperger's. Asperger's, whatever, man. He had the burger.
Poop boy. Didn't shower. Fucking poop boy. Right.
And he stunk. Smelled like urine.
We called him Baby Gaff because he'd always wear fucking shirts that were 3 times too small so he could look buff. Fucking
right.
So I always say never attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity, and I also think that I think with J6 it was very complicated. So I think there were people who were planted there that day, and then I think there were people who turned after the fact because they were weak. Do you think that, camaraderie and brotherhood aside, do you think that there were people in the DC gulag specifically who just weren't strong enough to, basically they didn't have the character to endure it, so they turned on others?
Yeah, I do. I firmly believe that statement. A lot of them, once they realized how much money they could make on the grift, they turned for the monetary value. And then you had other people that just couldn't. I'm not going to mention any names, but that solitude, man, the shit, and the way we were being treated, man, for such a long period of time, it just crushed dudes, dude. It crushed them, man. And that's why they made them. That's why their attorneys forced them. And this goes back to it. Excuse me. I firmly believe that the DOJ spoke to our attorneys and told them, get this man to take a plea deal or your career is on the line. And that's why a lot of guys took plea deals.
It was, it's interesting that look, I'm not a father or husband. I know some people, that was their reasoning for taking pleas, is that taking a plea would get them home sooner. I didn't have that issue, and I wanted to put the government to its burden. But and it's weird. It's weird to me that you, me, even Dan, who did take a plea, Pete, the Oath Keeper, it's weird. Like, you can count the amount of people who actually worked on their cases on one hand. Most people really didn't seem to actually work on their cases. Is that weird to you?
Yeah, because they knew they were going to get out. They didn't care because they'd been in jail before and they knew that it was bullshit and they just had to wait it out.
I like a year. I think it was about around the anniversary of J6 being about a year into DC, the Gulag. I wrote a treatise and I made a prediction. I was like, the insurrection narrative was fake, of course, but I thought that in time they were going to flip the script and suddenly we were all going to be these heroes and martyrs and shit, and then there were going to be these fake patriots that they try to plant as like the next generation of like conservative influencers and shit like that. And I feel like that's come true, and that people who were scumbags and rats, Antifa and plants, I feel like they're trying to make them like the face of January 6th today so that they can just keep like sweeping shit under the fucking rug and people never realize what actually fucking went down that day or in the jail. Do you feel like there's, I mean, you're out now. Some of the video has gotten out. Do you still feel like they're trying to cover up what happened and they're using J6ers to do it?
Yeah, they are, man. Because you got all these people that have access to the video now. And they're using our information to further their case, dude. Just like Kianaga, Bright, Linder, and Shipley, and Metcalf and McBride. They are using the information that we gave them to further their class action lawsuits, man. They would have never found any of that crap, dude, without us. And now that I don't have the attorneys anymore, they're like, I heard that Kianaga was like, I did everything I could to help Jeff. No, it was McBride. McBride was like, I did everything I could to help Jeff. He didn't want my assistance. I talked to that fat bag twice, and that was it.
Well, I remember it was definitely I think it was like this, maybe it was the second year, maybe it was the first, but I think really the whole time people were collecting. I mean, you don't have any of your paperwork now. I have some of it. People were collecting everything so that they could work on a potential, like, either a class action lawsuit or a massive habeas corpus or something, or a massive habeas. I don't know. Like, at some point down the line, people just stopped trying, and it was always just about like headlines or whatever, or fundraising. But
well, that's exactly it, man. Is that we were trying to come together as a legal team, a lot of us in the cell block, that we're like, hey man, check this out, check that out, check this. That looks like, we got to get a habeas corpus going, man. This is entrapment by estoppel. And we started finding things out. And once the attorneys realized that they can make money on that shit, they started taking information from everybody else. And that's why the government came for me and took all my stuff, because I was putting that out to third and fourth party sources, man, because the truth had to get out, man. And nobody was listening. And that's why it goes back. It's like the DOJ stepped to these attorneys and told them, if you further this man's case, you're going to go down. And that's why they always wanted to take as a plea deal. That's why they were stalling. That's why they never looked at any of the information whatsoever. None of them. None of them. And it's so disgusting. I can't stand attorneys. Anytime I meet an attorney now, the only thing I can think of is liar.
Shit.
So after 2 years of being in that jail facility, and all this madness and stuff, John Kiyonaga, my attorney, started opening up his mouth actually before the 2 years was up. This is when I got sent to Texas. He's like, I'm worried about Mr. McKellop. His health is declining. His mental health is unstable. I'm like, you have to be quiet about what you're saying. Do you understand me? Well, I'm trying to help you. I'm like, no, I'm not going to be able to go to trial. What he was trying to do was, he was working with the government to make it look like I was mentally unfit to stand trial. And that they were going to send me to the mental institution down in Fort Worth. And that's exactly what they did. And so one night, man, pack it up, you're leaving. And so I'm like, where am I going? I don't know. You just got to go. And then, what was it, April, February, March? I think it was March, April time frame of 23. And I, sure enough, man, got on an airplane, Con Air, and I ended up down at Fort Worth, Texas. And I'm like, holy crap. And I got into that place, bro. And the next thing you know, I got pulled into the psychologist's office, Mrs. Bella. And she's just like, so we have some questions we'd like to ask. I'm like, fire away. What do you got? And she's like, how do you feel right now? I'm like, great. I can't wait to stay here longer. This place is awesome, you know? So we went to but speaking with the psychologist, backtrack, there was a lady that I had a VTC with, 7-minute conversation, man. And she's like, she was asking me just lame questions about how I was feeling, what I think about the facility. Do I understand why I was arrested? What do I think about the legal system? Things like that. So in a 7-minute conversation, she deemed me mentally unfit to stand trial, suffering from delusions of grandeur, conspiracy theorist. I am a right-wing extremist. And I don't have any faith in the government whatsoever. I'm like, wow, she got all that from a 7-minute conversation. That is badass, man. So when I got down, I found out about that when I got to Fort Worth, Texas, where the Miss Bella, the psychologist, read what that lady had wrote. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, do you guys realize that speaking to you is like talking to a Mormon with a beer in your hand, trying to convince him that you're not an alcoholic? Because that's exactly what this is. And she's like, well, that sounds pretty good. You seem like you know what you're talking about. I'm like, you think? So I went back to myself. So I stayed down in Texas, Fort Worth, with some seriously crazy people, and there was no relief in sight, man. There were the fecal matter in the showers, the meat beaters. Guys were whipping their business out at the drop of a hat. When the pill cart would come 3 times a day, there was always somebody jerking off. And then you gave it 30 minutes after the pill cart. There were guys in full-blown arguments with the fan, yelling at the reflection in the windows, freaking talking to the water fountain, dude. Just running around naked. I'm like, oh my God. They got me in a place. And so, that's where I stayed. And then I got rid of Kiyonaga, and I ended up with Breitlinger and Shipley. And they're like, oh, hey, how's it going, Jeff? Looks like it's really good down here. How's the food? How's the treatment? Yes, the food was better. The guards had hands off. The guards just didn't even care at all, man, what happened. As long as you weren't fighting, you were good to go. freaking, they did not care, man. Peter Gonzalez, another inmate, an older inmate, man. Yeah, he had underlying contusions, but the guy was slewing out, man. He had blood in his fecal matter, he had blood in his urine, and he was uncontrollable, voiding out. And I was trying to help the guy. He wasn't my cellmate, but we started to tell the guards, we're like, hey, man, this dude's got a condition. You might want to get him some outside medical. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're looking into it, man. Everything's good. It's all good. Don't worry. And I'm like, dude, he is going to crash out. He is bleeding uncontrollably, man. And so they didn't care, dude. Then one night, Peter Gonzalez passed out near the showers, and the man that was on duty was a Perez, Corporal Perez, and we got Perez. We're like, hey man, this dude needs medical attention. Oh, okay, yeah, all the time. I get it, whatever. And so they put the dude. It took him a half an hour to get a gurney in there to get Peter Gonzalez out of the cell block, and they took him down to medical. He came back 45 minutes later, dude, and shuffling like he was about to pass out. 45 minutes later, he came back. His skin was so jaundiced, he looked like cheddar cheese. I'm like, that man is going to die. He needs help. And I told Perez that. I'm like, dude, you're going to kill that guy unless you get him medical treatment right now. And Perez is like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, call someone, call anybody. Just dial 911 and get him help. Later on that night, 2 o'clock in the morning, they came and grabbed his body. How do I know? I was listening to his roommate beat on the door for help. And they came and grabbed him, dude. And that was the last I ever saw Peter Gonzalez alive. And so they killed him. And I brought that up to another guard. I'm like, hey, man, whatever happened to that Gonzalez character? They're like, oh. I'm like, well, I'll just take that as he won't be coming back. And they're like, no. So his cellmate had his sister, Peter Gonzalez's sister's phone number, okay? And I was talking to that guy. I'm like, hey, let me talk to his sister on the phone. And of course it was being recorded, and I was talking to her, and she's not a very smart woman, but I told her, you need to get an attorney because they killed your brother. Oh, yeah, I know. They wouldn't let me see him. They didn't tell anybody for 3 days what had happened to him. I'm like, man, oh, man, oh, man. So there were countless occasions where dudes had passed out either from drug abuse because the guards were bringing in dope, and that cell block was, I'm not joking, dude. You could smell the marijuana. You could smell the K2 burning. And the guards did not give a crap about it. So, and I tried to bring that up. So I ended up getting rid of Bright, Linder, and Shipley because I was telling them about what was happening, and all they wanted me to do was take a plea deal, dude. So I ended up, there was another dude in there by the name of Rogers. He had a guy named John Tickle, okay? Rogers was a known credit card theft, identification theft, and major dope runner. I firmly believe that he was paying John Tickle, his attorney, to be a mule to bring stuff in. How do I know this? Because after every single visit, all his visits, Rogers would come back. All of a sudden, everybody's getting stoned, again and again and again and again. And I'm like, wow, man, that's amazing. And I'd walk in, man, they're all doing meth and K2 and smoking up. They're always trying to get me to smoke up with them. I'm like, no, don't need it, don't want to go down that road. The counselors knew about it. Everybody knew about it, man. And nobody did anything. And so I brought it to the attention. So I ended up getting his attorney. I'm like, hey, man, is your attorney good? Oh, yeah, he's good, man. He's good. So we got some money together, got a hold of John Tinkle. He became a representative. I gave him the information about what everything was happening with my case and this, that, and the other thing. He didn't do a damn thing. Nothing. And all of a sudden, after the third visit, he comes in with a plea deal. Jeff, this is good. This is really good. You know, saying the same shit over and over again, bro. This shit lasted 3 meetings, bro. The first one, I told him everything. We sat there for 2 hours and talked about J6. And that was all I did was talk about J6. The second meeting, we started talking about going to trial. I'm like, look, man, we got to have our shit together if we go to trial. I'm like, if we go there, chances are, if we have the trial in D.C., I'm going to get convicted of everything. They're going to fucking nail me to the cross, bro. I'm like, they're giving me shitty plea deals and stuff. He used my information on what we talked about, wrote a letter to the courts begging for a fucking plea deal, dude, stating that I agreed to a plea deal that if I went to court, I was going to get, railroaded, and that, it's better if I take a fucking plea deal. I'm like, this motherfucker just used my words against me in the court of law. He sent me a letter that he wrote to the courts. I wrote on his letters, I'm like, read behind. And I turned the letter over, and I'm like, you broke chain of custody with my fucking discovery. You fucking lied in the courts. You gave my information to a third party, which he did. These are all true. He told another fucking inmate about my case and had that inmate relay information to me. Fucking the list went endless, dude. He hasn't looked at anything. He shows up with this fucking plea deal, and he had the paper right where the signature is and a pen sitting on the table. When I came to the third meeting, dude, he's like, yeah, and I wrote that thing. I'm like, you could go fuck your mother. I drew a picture of a middle hand. I traced my hand, my middle finger on the fucking page. I wrote, fuck you, middle finger to you. He said that shit in court, bro. He's like, well, Mr. McKellop said some pretty rude things. I'm like, you want me to say him again? You know what it's like? They're like, well, why do you want to get rid of Mr. Tico? I'm like, because he's a liar and a sham, and he hasn't looked at anything. All he's doing is waiting me out to take a plea deal. He's not representing anything. And on that note, I'm going pro se. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to fucking do it anyway. I need 3 videos right now. You understand me, Mr. Nichols? And they're like, well, you need to calm down, Jeff, and we're going to get you another attorney. And I'm like, I'm going pro se. It's like, so I got rid of fucking Tinkle, dude. He tried to have two more meetings with me. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I walked into the meeting. I didn't even sit down. I'm like, where's the evidence? Well, Jeff, I got this plea deal, and things aren't looking good. And I'm like, see you later, fag. Walked out. The fucking 4th meeting. He's like, the 5th meeting, actually. He's like, please sit down, Jeff. There's so much to talk. I'm like, where's the evidence? I'm like, fucking don't even talk to me anymore. Get the fuck out of here. And I walked, no Dr. Pepper, no meeting, dude. Fucking, I took that bitch over to the Dr. Pepper machine. I'm like, you see this button? You put your money in here. You push this button. The shit dispenses down at the base of the fucking machine. You grab the 12-ounce cylindrical can, dripping with condensation, and you fucking hand it to me, man. That's all you got to do. Nothing. I think they found dirt on these motherfuckers. I think something happened in these guys' career that they're so sleazy. That's why they're jumping. That's why Shipley and Kianaga and all these other motherfuckers, McBride, Metcalf, all these dudes took our information and jumped on Jake Lang's case, and they're going to go against fucking, whatchamacallit, man.
Hey, wasn't fucking McBride, I remember in the jail, everybody was giving McBride their grievances and shit
Yeah.
for a lawsuit. And
Yeah.
then what happened with that? Nothing?
I fucking wrote that dude, check this shit out. I'm like, hey, Mr. McBride, because I sent a text message to see if he would get my email when I was at Fort Worth, and I was trying to recover all my shit.
Yeah.
And he responded back. He's like, hey, Jeff, how's it going? What's been happening? Where are you? You know, what's going on? And I'm like, hey, man, I gave Ryan Nichols a shit ton of my evidence. I need it back. I need all my grievances. I need all my notes back. He wrote back literally, Jeff, you sound crazy. You are out of control. You need to find help. You need to seek medical attention ASAP.
What the fuck?
And I was like, what? Oh my fucking, why would you say something like that?
You sent that when you were locked up through the digital system?
Yep.
Because they're fucking reading everything you sent, especially as a J6er. They read everything.
Why would you write something like that knowing that I'm down in a mental health center? And that fucking faggot Kianaga in court, he's like, oh, I'm worried about Mr. McKellop. He's failing. His mental health is failing. I'm like, dude, you have to be careful about what you say. Sure enough, I got sent to Fort Worth.
And it was just, that's why I firmly believe that the DOJ had came down upon these attorneys and told them that they further my case or any other J6er's case, that they're going to lose their credibility, they're going to lose their license, or they're going to make their lives miserable. I firmly believe that the DOJ came down on these attorneys, dude, because they did not want to go to court. They were doing and saying everything they could, to get me to sign a plea deal, dude. And so that, well, Jeff, I'm doing everything I can. I'm looking at all the evidence. It looks good. But if you go to trial, you're going to get sentenced, man. I'm like, well, let's go to trial. You know, here we go. You know, it's like, and they wouldn't do it, dude.
You got any more money, Jeff?
Yeah. I was like, what's my $20,000 going to get me? What is it going to get me?
Well,
Jeff, I'm working.
I get to see you again. I'll come visit you again in 2 months, and I won't show you any evidence or anything, but at least I'll get to say hi, Jeff.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, okay, how far is my $20,000 going to get me? And what happens when that runs out? What are you going to do? Well, Jeff, you're really angry, and I don't like your tone. I'm doing everything I can for you. Oh, fucking scumbags, man. All of them, dude. Anyway, so John Tinkle was a mule for Rogers, the dope. I tried to bring it to the attention of the staff. The staff didn't do anything about it, bro. Nothing. I'm like, I want a meeting with the marshals. I want to speak to a marshal. I want to speak to SIS. I want to talk to somebody of stature. I want to speak to the warden about John Tinkle muling dope in here. And the thing is that they weren't searching the attorneys. They weren't searching the inmates as they were leaving legal, and they knew they were wrong. So, with that being said, I'll bet some of them were on the take as not to search people. So,
dude, they had fag rings going on down in Fort Worth. I'm like, the homosexuality was unyielding, bro. I was out there trying to work out, get that fucking DC gut off, and I was looking good too, man. Because we got to go outside every day for an hour. And as soon as I'd do my fucking thing, bro. And my abs were coming out again. I was looking good. And all of a sudden, this dude comes up to me. He's like, hey, bro, you look pretty good, man. You've been working out a lot, huh? I'm like, no. And I was like covering up because I was able to take my shirt off, man. And this dude kept it up with this bullshit. I'm like, hey, man, I don't know what you're into, but I'm not into it. Okay? Just letting you know. He's like, oh, no, it's not like that. We'll come to find out it was like that. And fucking all those dudes were into the fucking fag shit. And there were about 8 of them, dude, that were swapping rooms and shit like that. They would have like little lovers' quarrels and then move in with another fag.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was disgusting. And they had these 5 Mexicans. They were turning one dude out. It got so bad, the guy fucking had to file a PREA on him, man. And they all went to all 6 of them went to the hole at the same time, man. I was like, what in the fuck is this? Were they fighting? They're like, no, man, they were fucking, the kid's name was Bull. And, they were fucking making that dude do some fucking violent sexual shit. You know, it's like, jeez. Oh my God, man. They had the Nazis there, man, the Woods and the white boys and shit. They're like, Jeff, man, Z Kyle, motherfucker, white power. I'm like, yeah, man, whatever you're into, I'm not going to fucking throw the Nazi sign. I'm like, what is your fucking end state joining the Aryan nation? I'm like, are you guys trying for global domination? Are you just did it because you had to join a gang in the fucking prison system or what? Because you're not going to get a job anywhere with that fucking swastika on your face. You know, it's like.
Oh, on the face? That's great. That's fucking retarded. Fucking. Yeah, man, I told you, like, the first. So I went to prison with Marshall. I don't know if you remember Neff. Marshall Neff, what the fuck is his name?
Yeah.
And SIS, the secret security force or whatever the fuck of the prison, SIS, they fucking. We're supposed to have orientation when we first get there. They pulled me and him aside and they're like, so you guys aren't going to be on some white power shit while you're here, are you? I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, well, we looked at your file, Nazi. I'm like, oh, God, here we go. And then you're like, when the Aryan Brotherhood comes up to you, what are you going to do? And I'm like, nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no Aryan Brotherhood in New Jersey. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, fucking... I'm like, they're setting me up. And sure enough, like I said, the first guy that came up to me was some fucking midget. Some, like, literally, like a 4 foot tall midget who was like, oh, yeah, we're the white boys. And you want to join our car? And I'm like, no. And I find out, I found his paperwork and he was a fucking rat and he turned 7 dudes in. So I spread his paperwork all over the jail because I'm like, fuck this guy. I knew it was going to happen. I fucking called that shit. So fucking...
Yeah, they tried that shit with me down in Fort Worth, man.
Yeah. It's a setup. Fuck that shit. I'm joining your fucking...
Yeah, they're like, you rolling solo? I'm like, I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'm by myself. Oh, well, you know, we got the Woods here, and the Neos, and these, you got to join the car, man, for protection and shit. And once I bowed up on a couple guys, I just got respect after that. And fucking nobody fucked with me anymore. They tried to get me to be the leader of the car for the whites. And I'm like, that lasted one day, dude. I was like, and they coming up to me with stupid shit. I'm like, dude, this is like dealing with a bunch of privates in the military. I'm not fucking handling your personal crap.
Hey, Jeff, man, J-Dog, yo, fucking Mickey's in for like 3 bags of dope. He's in debt, man. They're gonna beat him up. What are you gonna do?
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, well, stop smoking shit, for one thing. Have you ever thought about that you may have a problem, right? Okay. You know, whoever gave it to him, tell him not to give him any more. You know, it's like...
Pay your debt. Leave me alone. Fucking... Yeah, dude, I ended up hanging out with the fucking Puerto Ricans. My whole room, I was in like a dorm, like 12 beds, so I was there... All my roommates were Mexicans or Puerto Ricans, and I'm half Puerto Rican, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to hang with them. I'm not joining the white boy car, because I know it's probably fucking snitches and shit. Sure enough, most of them are either A, snitches, or B, they're junkies, or deuce heads. You're on fucking deuce or K2 and shit like that. I'm like, thank God I fucking dodged a bullet. I'm not fucking getting involved with that shit. All fucking junkies, thieves, and rats. Fucking total fucking setup. Fuck that.
That's fucking badass. When they sent me to fucking Fort Worth, bro, the shit that was down there, I was like, I almost threw knuckles twice. And I was like bowing up. I'm like, let's fucking bang it out, dude. And all of a sudden you look over and the guards are just standing there watching you. And I'm like, fuck, I'm going to go to the hole, man. But, you know, I didn't back down, but I gained a lot of fucking credit. I got some
prison clout. So everybody they quit fucking with me. That was like the first month I was there. But bro, it was top of the line fucking crazies down there. The pill cart would come 3 times a day, and you give it 30 minutes, bro. These dudes were all out arguments with the fucking fan, yelling at the reflection in the windows, fucking shitting and pissing on themselves, fucking peeing in the corners. I'm like, this place is criminally insane, man. And then you have the hardcore gangbangers and drug runners and dudes who are trying to fucking scammers, and I mean, it was never ending, bro. And I was like, I just hung out by myself, man, and I was like, I don't want any part of these fucking freaks. They put me into a cell with this guy. This dude, he was like, I'm a Christian, I'm this and that. And I'm like, he was a really nice guy and stuff like that. And I'm like, so explain your story to me, man. I'm like, I don't really give a fuck, dude. I'm like, I'm not going to write anybody or tell anybody about it. Turns out this motherfucker, he bought a Burmese python and he was going to unleash it in his girlfriend's house because God told him to do it. And fuck it, bro, his story is big. They found the SPCA or somebody found out that he had an exotic pet and came and claimed it, but they didn't file charges on him for holding it without a license or some crap like that. But they took his fucking snake. He's like, she's a Jezebel, man. He's going off about this stuff. He's like, yeah, she's a Jezebel. This, and this. But what got me into prison was this. This motherfucker, you know what tannerite is?
Tannerite?
Tannerite. It's an over-the-counter explosive. Very stable until you mix the chemicals together, and the only way you can pop it off is if you shoot it. So it takes high-intense impact to set it off. And they sell it like in quarter pound, and 2 pound, I guess 2 pound buckets or some shit. Well, this dude bought 100 pounds of that shit, put it all in a big-ass fucking bucket, and took it to his girlfriend's house, put it in front of her garage, and was going to blow her home up, and shot it from down the street, and it blew her garage to shit, man. But her girlfriend and her daughter wasn't there. And that's what he got. He's like, yeah, I think God's going to get me out of this, man. I'm like, no, God's not going to. God's going to send you to fucking Gitmo, bro. I'm like, that's called homegrown terrorism, dude.
God's going to send you with Ted Kaczynski.
I'm like, and this is the mental issues. I'm like, you believe in your heart and mind that what you did was legitimate, man. He's like, yeah. And the guy ran prayer group all the time. They had prayer call at night and shit like that. And he dressed up like a fucking Baptist minister or some shit, you know? Yeah. He made his own little robe and everything. And I'm like, these guys are legit fucking insane. I'm like, God darn. It just went on, man, with guy. Oh, man, that place was horrible, dude. I couldn't wait to get the fuck out of there. And when fucking Trump signed that pardon, dude, I jumped up on the table. I was yelling at the guards. I'm like, I fucking want out right fucking now. I want out now. Get me the fuck out of here. But the officers came up to me, some white shirts, and they're like, hey, Jeff, you're getting ready to go on a trip, bro. He's like, you need to pack your shit. You're out of here. I'm like, when? When am I getting? They're like, we don't know, but it's going to be soon. Sure. In the middle of the fucking night, man, they gave me dude, it was so cold outside. They gave me a fucking t-shirt, rubber shoes, those fucking rubber shoes they give us, and a pair of sweatpants. I'm like, where's my jacket? Where's the sweater? I'm like, which way's fucking north, man? How the fuck do I get out of here? And Ron Phillips, working with Don and Donna, he was out in the parking lot waiting for me, dude, because I was getting ready to start running. Bro, I didn't know where I was at. I didn't give a fuck. I've never been to Texas, but I was going to haul ass, bro. That was my plan, to keep fucking running until my feet can't run no more, and then go 5 more miles. Yeah, man, it was fucking... I want some ass, bro. There's so much to talk about, and I just want somebody to listen, man. We need somebody to listen. We need some clout, dude.
You brought up the them interrupting your court hearing. on the subject of the court, you had Judge Nichols, and as you alluded to earlier, he was like, "Oh, Mr. McKellop's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life."
Yeah.
Nichols has earned a reputation as being one of the fairest judges, I think particularly because of his handling of the 1512 charge. But what is your overall assessment, having gone through this bullshit for 4 years? What do you actually think about Nichols?
He saw the writing on the wall, man. He knew that he is a political judge. So he was writing out the whole 4 years of the Biden administration. And then once he figured out Trump took charge, he let me go. That's how that went down. When he first came on board, he said, "I'd like to thank Mr. McKellop's service and stuff." And I'm like, did this guy just try to thank me for my service? I'm like, what the fuck is that, man? Keenog's like, "Oh, don't say anything, Jeff. Don't say anything. We'll get it on the backside." Like, what? Anyway, there's no due process. I've had all my paperwork stolen. I told Keenaga about it. I told Breitlinder and Shipley about it. I told John Tinkle. I told Lawler about it. All my attorneys, they never did anything about it. I told the judge about it. I told him straight out, my due process has been violated 10 different ways of Sunday. And I told Nichols straight out, I want to go pro se. I don't know what I'm doing, but I have a better chance of survival if I go pro se. Well, Mr. McKellop, we're gonna set another date for court and stuff, and things are we're gonna get back to you. They're like, look at all this evidence we got. We got 6 gigs of fucking video of this guy doing stuff all on his thumb drive. And they just threw fucking videos on there. And I said it in court, dude. And I'm like, Mr. Nichols, do you understand what I used to do for a living? He's like, well, yeah, Mr. McKellop, why do you ask that? I'm like, because you should have never have opened up that fucking video to me. And goddamn Keenaga, that motherfucker kept, dude, I wrote letters to the disciplinary board of the bar, man, against Keenaga, Breitlinder, and Shipley, fucking this other fag fucking Tinkle that I had. Oh my God, man. These guys, I'm like, are you even listening to a fucking thing I'm telling you, man? Well, Jeff, there's a lot going on, a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of whatnots. I'm like, what is this, the Big Lebowski? I'm like, motherfucker, you got to look at the fucking evidence. They never gave any of my evidence back, bro. All my grievances that I filed, I'm like, I demand that we get these grievances. I need these grievances. And all these guys did, wait me out to take the fucking plea deal, dude. All of them. Every single attorney. 7 fucking attorneys, dude.
Yeah. Well,
waiting me out to take a fucking plea. And I didn't do it. If Kamala Harris would have taken charge of this country, bro, I would never see the light of day again. I would have gone to court and I would have gotten like 30 fucking years, man. Easily. And it's like,
he can't be Costa Rica, he be grab bag in his boat.
But I'm telling you, bro, man, none of us would have seen the light of day again unless you slit your wrist and told them that Trump sucked, Kamala Harris is the best ever. And I'm not joking, dude. That shit would have been just like China, man, where you wear your crimes around your neck on a board. They're all written out on a board, and then you parade around and they throw fucking rotten cabbage at you. But it doesn't matter. You're not getting out. You're still going back to jail, and you're still going to get you're going to spend time, dude. There would have been public display of embarrassment. I mean, the list would have been on and on and on and on and on, bro. And dude, I'm telling you, man, we would be speaking Mandarin Chinese and walking around in lockstep. You would have mandatory Alexa in your house along with surveillance cameras. And fucking my ex-wife, man, I went over to their house. She's like, Alexa, and I watched that screen turn and then focus on her. And then as she moved around the room, that thing was following her, dude. I'm like, are you this fucking me, man?
That thing is watching us, man. I was like, I put a napkin over it, man, so it couldn't see. You know, it's like, and I didn't say shit in that house, man. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not fucking. She thinks it's cute. Oh, it's cute. It's Lexa. My big brother's watching. Big brother is watching.
Yeah. Freedom is slavery.
Dude, we would have been. We would have gone straight into social credit scores. We would have fucking fallen straight into lockstep with the book 1984, man. Instantly, overnight. The goon squads would have been coming, man. These dudes would have freaking activated on the public. Nobody would be free. My fucking whatever, man. Next thing I know, I get pardoned.
Good job.
Yay. Far out. Dude, far out, man. You know, and the sad part about this whole thing is that nothing is going to happen to these people that did the things they did to us, bro. And all the courts are going to go, well, you're out now. It's good. Everything's better.
No, we don't want it.
I don't want that. You know, it's like, dude, I'm telling you, Tim, it's unbelievable, man. We were ruled by fifth grade illiteracy, man, that had overhead cover from Muriel Bowser and Nancy Pelosi.
Well, I mean, look at the bright side. The fact that you were a political prisoner meant you got to become an MC.
Right? Listen, dude. I want ass. I want people to pay for what they did. They rained the DOJ down upon us, man. They gave these people carte blanche to do what they do to us, man. Even when I was at Fort Worth, I explained some of the shit that was going on. They couldn't even believe, even the other inmates couldn't believe that I was still in jail in pretrial confinement for 4 years. Even the guards at Fort Worth couldn't understand why I was still in Texas for 2 years. And on my way out, they tried to get me to sign something. I'm like, I'm not signing anything. Where's my attorney? You had to sign this in order to get out. I'm like, looks like I go back to my cell, lady. Because there's a court order right now that says I have been pardoned of everything. I will remember you in court. And they're like, you need to get out of here. Oh, here, take these rubber shoes. I walked out of jail in the middle of the night. 25 or 30 degrees. T-shirt, pair of sweatpants, rubber shoes.
USB, not leave yet.
Yeah, USB got some with an USB. Shit, man, with the weebies.
Jeff, you've been a treasure trove of information as always.
Are you just saying that?
Well, yeah, kind of. No, no. This is. I'm happy this finally happened. This has been a long time coming. I don't mind the fucking zigzag shit you fucking do. I think it's important. So,
dude, it just, there's so much to cover, man. And it's, God, man, dude, the shit that we went through, man, you and me.
Your average American has not heard half the things that you know. And frankly, most J6 defendants have not done the kind of research that we did in the jail. So
right?
Yeah, right. Ew. And so as we wrap this up, I want to give you the floor to pretty much address anything else that you think the public should hear. And I also want to give you the opportunity to make your plea to the public in terms of, you know, getting the support you need, but also make an appeal to those with authority on, you know, getting done the kind of things that need to get done, because the story's not over yet and the truth needs to get out. And people like yourself need to be heard by those with power.
It's fucking, I'm like a waif in the wind, man. It's like it's unbelievable, dude. The shit that went down, and there's no accountability from anybody, man. You know, and all they wanted to do was prosecute the fuck out of us. But the process was the punishment, man. And how much it cost everybody, you know. And that's straight out motherfucking communism, bro.
Yeah, it is. But hey, at least now you can chill the most on couches and shit, bro.
Right, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm living. I sleep on a couch, with my sleeping bag and stuff, and I was sleeping in my truck, and that's what I've been fucking traveling around, man. Thanking people for helping me, man, like Karen Saffron and Donna and all these other people, man, that have been out there supporting us.
Yeah.
I was just driving around the country because I want Lydia Sorrow and those guys. And I just wanted to hold their hand and thank them, say, fucking, you don't know what you've done for me and my children. Thank you. But I want to ask, bro, and I'll speak on any platform, and I'll fucking start dropping F-bombs. I will use names. I don't need goddamn pen and paper anymore. It's all in my head, man. And I say the names over and over and over again of all the officers and motherfucking, I got like 15 fucking names of DC CTF officers and all these motherfuckers, bro. And make sure you tell Cynthia Hughes that I stood up for her when other people were talking shit. And that I thank her, and I've been wanting to call her, but I don't know what I did with her phone. I got her phone number somewhere, but I wanted to thank her for helping me because she got that at a Patriot Freedom Project and kicked out the money for that. And that was greatly, greatly appreciated by me. But thank her. If you see her or hear from her again, tell her thank you very much. And I think about her periodically. And my heart is in the right place. Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean,
So,
I will. Hold on. Shh. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Did you just mock me?
I did. No, but you.
What? Crank caller.
Hey, do you?
You tell her thank you for me. I mean that. I mean that, Tim. She helped me when I needed it the most. Like I told you before. My loyalty is to those who have helped me until proven otherwise. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And I told Cynthia that a few years ago that she still has my loyalty. I don't give a fuck about what John Mellis says. She did not hurt me. She helped me.
Yeah.
And,
well, she knows.
All
But
right. If she needs a statement, you let me know, dude, and I'll drum something up, man. All minus the word motherfucker and cocksucker.
We'll never do that.
Yeah, never. Yeah, I use that all the time, man. Call myself that. Anyway, so the
Cocksucker's my middle name.
right. No, but you make sure you tell her, bro, for me. Tell her thank you very much for her help, and my loyalty still stands with her. And that's the biggest thing I was telling, Mrs. Hughes about. It's like, fucking people need to quit fucking around, man, and get involved, dude. This thing is fucking massive, man. It's like, there's so much shit. There's so many people that need to go to fucking jail over this. It's unbelievable, dude. I want my fucking money back, man. I want my shit back, dude. Fucking want my house back. I want my fucking bicycle. I want my fishing gear. I want to be left alone. Because motherfuckers must pay.
What would your message to Congress be?
What would it be? What would it be, man? I'm like, you know what, man? You guys did this. I'm going to blame it on them. Fucking, they knew about it. Everybody knew about it. And no one did it. No one's doing a goddamn thing about it, man. No one. They're like, oh, with. You're out now. Everything is better, right? You know, it's like, no, it's not better. Nothing is better. They fucking set this shit up, dude. Let me think here. Let me stop fucking think for a fucking minute here. What would my message be? I'm going to fucking point a finger at Troy Nels and the rest of those douchebags. And I'm going to fucking tell them, you guys knew about this shit. You knew who did it. Everybody knows about it, but you don't want to say anything. And silence is acceptance. And if you don't say anything, well, then you're exempt from the law and you're exempt from fucking responsibility, man. I've worked with the State Department before, dude. They do shit like that. They'll sit there and ask them questions, and they don't say a goddamn thing. You're like, so, you're just not going to answer my question, are you? And they don't even answer that. They sit there and stare at you. You know? And they're fucking all guilty, man. You know, we told them about the information, and they didn't do anything with it. I told Marjorie Taylor Greene. I told Louis Gomar. I told fucking Lapua, or whatever the fuck her name is. You know, it's like, I told them all, man, and they didn't want anything to do with it. So that makes them an accomplice. Fucking scumbags. Oh, we're for the people and of the people and by the people. You know, it's like, fuck if you are.
What would you say to President Trump and his new administration, particularly the DOJ and the FBI? What do you think there are still things from January 6th that they need to reveal to the public?
Yes, they need to find out who is responsible. We know who's responsible. Are you recording this?
Yeah.
Good. You gotta tell me you're doing these things. That's totally illegal, man. Anyway, so fucking, Mr. Trump, man, you know who's responsible. Nancy Pelosi, Muriel Bowser, you've got Mayorkas, you've got Police Chief Son, you got Police Chief Pittman. They were all in on it, man. Look at that. Look at the way the cops were acting, man. All the MPD and Capitol Police. Look how they were reacting. Somebody told them not to do anything, to allow the crowd to billow, because there are crisis actors inside the crowd that are going to start violence. The only police officers that got injured that day or were knee-deep in the violence were the ones that weren't in on the grift. And they didn't know that there were going to be crisis actors and undercover agents in the crowd. They were cannon fodder. They were cannon fodder, bro. Trump needs, it's too easy. You treat these people like terrorists, man. That's homegrown terrorism. You get that sucker, you strap him to the board, and you start waterboarding that ass. And shit. Within 5 minutes, they're going to be telling the truth, man. All of them. And you get all those other people, like I've said before, you have them stand there and watch. And then when you're done with that one, whether he says something or not, it does not matter. You grab another one, man. And when you're done, they all better be on the same sheet of music, man. You're like, well, let's just do this again, shall we? Since nobody confessed. Bring that crap back to the dark ages, man. You put their foot in that vice and you keep squishing it until they confess to a crime. They'll sing. They always do. When the pain starts. Dude, they did this to America. The Democrats did this to America to maintain power and monetary value over, just total dominion over the American population, man.
Republicans were involved too. I think the Republicans were involved too. Both of them were.
Yeah, they were all involved, dude. And I tried to tell my uncle and my aunt about that. Trump was this and he orchestrated that. I'm like, I don't think he was. But I bet you, like Chuck Schumer, who was that other idiot, the turtle?
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell, that fool, you know. And look at the people they got in office. Look at all these elderly people they got in there. And they just put that judge, not Corinne Jean-Pierre, she's stupid too. But, what was her name? Ketanji Jackson. I don't know what a female is. I'm not a biologist. They should have fired her right there, dude. So I could say stupid shit in Congress and nothing will happen to me, right? Birds fly south in the summer, right? Yeah, that's my answer. You know? It's deflection. It's right hand washes the left. Don't let the left know what the right is doing.
Where's the sun? Where's the sun go at night?
What?
Where's the sun go at night?
Yeah. Excuse me. Where does the sun go when it gets dark? You know, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to ask Troy Nels that if I take the stand. I'm like, I got a question for you, smart guy. Where does the sun go when it gets dark, you fool? Oh, I take serious offense to that. Shit, whatever. It's like John Kianaga, man, my old attorney. Oh, I'm like, you haven't been doing anything, and yet you want more money? Oh, I take serious offense to that. I'm really getting into this. I'm into the weeds, Jeff. I'm in the weeds. I'm looking at everything. Yeah, that's what Bill Shipley said too. Said that crap at court. Oh, we're looking at all the evidence, and everything's clear. My dude. And then the plea deals came out. So what would I say to Donald Trump? Sir, there's more to this than meets the eye. You may know there is, but there is much more. And it involves people standing next to you, regardless if you hired them onto the team or not. There are other undercover entities within our organizations of the government that are subversive to the needs of the public. They are subversive to the freedoms of America. They hate America, and they want to bring it down, and they are doing their part. And they got overhead cover. Look at the protests that are going on right now at Columbia University as of right now. Those people are well-funded, well-organized. How do you think that happens, man? You grab one of those sissies and you start waterboarding him. I'm like, I want to see your phone tree, dude. What's your bona fides? How do you guys find each other? How were you recruited? Who recruited you? Who recruited him? How do you guys get your money? How do you get transportation? Dude, bro, 10 minutes and they may be a little disfigured, but I'll get the truth, man.
Jesus.
Mr. Trump. Now, where's my dinner date with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
We're working at it. We're working on that on the back end.
Yeah, I bet you guys are. This beer sucks, man. This is cold. God, it's a horrible beer. Why'd my son buy this? Anyway, but I love you guys, man, and you got my loyalty, Tim. There's a lot of people that I don't trust, man, and I've gone out on a limb to trust people, and I've been burned like a lie.
Yeah.
And I know you and your aunt are working your asses off doing this. That's why I don't mind making statements with you and shit like that. But we need to get to the bottom of this. Mr. Trump, we need to get to the bottom of this. Myself, Dan, Tim, and Megs, and Harrelson, and maybe Ryan Nichols. We need a podium to stand on. We need to tell the truth. There is so much that the population doesn't understand about what happened, man, and the intricacies about why it went down. We know the how and the what. We have to know the why. Why did people do what they did that day, both over the fence and behind the fence? And there's a reason, man. Just like I told Judge Nichols, you've got to know the why. You know the how and the what, but why did ordinary people act the way they did? What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about it?
What questions you got, bro?
What are you going to do about it? That's a very good question. It's a very important question. I hope Americans are not ready to, I hope Americans are not ready to concede on just sweeping J6 under the rug. And I hope that those who claim to be on our side have the integrity to seriously continue investigating this and releasing the information that's been withheld from us for so long, especially those of us like, yourself and myself who lost years of our lives behind bars over these lies. I think more than anyone, we deserve to have the truth. I think we all deserve to have the truth, but those of us who suffer the most especially do. And I would also hope that J6ers aren't stupid going forward. Being out, I can see that the PSYOP hasn't ended. I don't know how much you've seen since getting out of prison, but the PSYOPs haven't ended. The bullshit hasn't ended. And there are a lot of J6ers now who have no fucking idea that they're walking into traps and they're working with the same feds who set all us up in the first place.
Yeah. They don't get it, man. Fuck. God. And they don't understand the severity of the long arm of the DOJ. That's why I stay off social media, dude, because they are out there fishing for everybody, dude. It's just like that text message you got, dude. And all of a sudden you get some random stupid crap, it's like, and you're like, this doesn't make any sense. If I had a secret that I hide, just like Madonna says in her song, Live to Tell, I have a secret, a big one. Will I live to tell it, man? Will I? And I've been trying to tell this secret for 4 fucking years, man. And I can't get anybody to listen to it, man. Dude, they stripped me of my information 3 years ago, dude. 3 years. I've been going off of fucking pure memory, man. I have no motherfucking legal paperwork. I have no documentation whatsoever of my incarceration, dude. There is nothing. No warrants, no nothing, man. They took it all, dude. As if I never even, it was even there.
And that's exactly why I wanted to do this, because I knew your memory would definitely come in clutch, and I'm glad that we were able to do one final message in a bottle. No,
dude, I have begged and pleaded with people to help me, man. Help me get my message out. Help me, dude. I served this country for almost 30 years with my life. I've been so close to death so many times. I'm lucky to fucking be here, man. And motherfuckers, dude, I'm trying to tell them, I'm like, I am legit. I'm not just banging my gong. This is pure evidence. And I gave them the names. I gave them the camera angles. And I gave them my paperwork. And I gave them the documentation, man, of all the wrongdoing that was going on in the D.C. jail. And I was dissed by people that took the bar exam, that swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States and against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And they straight out lied to me. All 7 of them, man. People lied to my face. And they just turn around and they have that audacity, the unmedicated audacity to ask me for more money. Oh, well, we're working, Jeff, we're really doing it, man. We're really doing it now. It's really coming together. Fucking unbelievable, man. Fucking, it's disgusting, dude. It's fucking disgusting. Americans, dude, doing this shit to other Americans. And that just goes to show me, bro, that I would say half this country is so divided, it's unbelievable. And when my aunt and uncle decided that they were going to freaking play their hand against me after 6 decades, and him treating me like a son and him to me as a father, and they played their liberal hand like that to me. And that I realized right then and there how brainwashed a lot of these liberals are, man. A shit ton of them, man. And that you could tear their arm off and it still wouldn't sway them 1 iota, bro. Not one. My message to Trump, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with the information that I provide? Tell me, what are you going to do? Because if you do nothing, the information is no good. Falls on deaf ears and blind eyes. Scumbags, all. Never trust the government. It's so overreached right now, it's unbelievable.
I just want this shit to end. 4 years. 4 fucking years of my life. 4 years of my son's life and 4 years of my daughter's life. That's 12 fucking years gone, dude.
Yeah.
Because of a government fucking narrative. Because some corrupt fucking politicians who do not give a fuck about the American fucking population, dude. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do, man. I'm so fucking lost. I'm serious, dude. I'm so lost right now, man. It's like I don't know where I want to be. I'm trying to pull it together. This whole fucking incarceration thing fucked my world up. I have no faith, no trust, no nothing, man. I want ass, man. I want to see people motherfucking pay, bro. You're lucky to get me on Xbox, man. Fuck.
Xbox.
I know what I need to say. You know, I put it to you. I put it to America to stand. You think you're for freedom and stuff and liberties, and you think I did something wrong? I put it to you to find the truth. I dare drag me before Congress, drag me before the podium, drag me before the microphone. I will tell the truth, and I will back it up with hardcore evidence. I am the truth, man. I am. I've lost everything. This government showed no mercy whatsoever when they took everything that I had. There's nothing left. I have $4,000 left to get my life back together. I am staying with friends, and that's it. I have no family that can take me in. My son and my daughter live with my ex, and he's taken off to join the military. I put it to you, America. I put it to you. Stand for what you believe. You want to wave the flag? Really? What good is it? Action talks, bullshit walks. Thank you. The oppressor liberator, man. Free the oppressed.
Well, goddamn, I wasn't expecting that part. Good job.
Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. You gotta get me my boats and hoes. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa, Maria. I do you in the bottom while we're drinking sangria. Nachos, lemon heads, my dad's boat. It won't go down because my dick can't float. How's it go? Something. I sail around the world and go from port to port. Every time I come, my producer court. He's like, something shiver me timbers. Everybody get below deck with your 10-inch members.